Hello, welcome. If you enjoy these stories, please check that you are following and drop a comment where you're listening from. It's a small way to contribute and tell the algorithm to recommend my stories to more people like you. 19 men from 5 nations sailed to the bottom of the world to make something of their family names and to put a flag on the last blank space left on the map. Then the summer ended early, and the Antarctic ice decided to rapidly freeze up and trap them. What happened to those men in complete darkness over the following year has a name, and the name is not just a metaphor. This is the story of the madhouse at the end of the earth. The ship is called the Belgica, and she has not moved in a very long time. She is somewhere in the Bellingshausen Sea. And that somewhere is the honest word, because the ice she is frozen into is itself drifting, slowly on a current nobody has mapped, carrying her a few miles a day in whatever direction it likes. She is a wooden ship, 36 meters of Norwegian pine and oak, 3 masts, 1 funnel, a small steam engine that has not turned in months. There is no radio aboard. There is no radio anywhere in Antarctica, because there is no anywhere in Antarctica. Nobody in the world knows where this ship is. Nobody in the world could reach her if they did. And it is dark, not evening dark, not the dark of a room with the lamp off, where your eyes adjust and the furniture comes back. This is a dark with nothing behind it. The sun has gone below the horizon and stayed there for weeks now, and it will stay there for weeks more. And the men aboard have stopped being able to tell you what day it is, because there is nothing outside the hull to mark one day from the next. There is no noon. There is no dawn. There is a lamp, or there is not a lamp. That is the whole calendar. Listen to her, though, because the one thing this ship is not is quiet. The ice is working. It has been working since March, and it does not stop, not for an hour, not for a minute. The pack out there is nearly 2 meters thick, and it is under pressure from itself. Millions of tons of frozen sea grinding against millions of tons of frozen sea. And every bit of that pressure arrives at the hull and goes through it, into the frame, into the floor, into the bones of the men lying on their bunks. There's a crackling, like a fire that isn't there. That's air bubbles bursting out of the ice as it compresses. There's a groan, long and low, that comes up through the boards. There's a screech somewhere forward, and a series of pops like knuckles. And underneath all of it, constantly, the sound of the wooden frame taking the strain, creaking, settling, creaking again, reminding every man aboard, every second of every hour, that between his body and a force that could fold this ship like a paper cup, there is nothing at all but wood. They have listened to this for months. They will listen to it for months more. Now, down in the hold, in the coldest part of the ship, where nobody has any reason to be, a man is sitting in the dark. His name is Adam Tollefson. He is Norwegian, a seaman, and he has sailed in ice all his life, which is exactly why he was chosen. He knows ice. He is not a boy, and he is not soft. And if you had gone through the crew list before this voyage and picked the man least likely to be sitting where he is now, doing what he is doing now, you would have picked him. He is not sleeping. He does not sleep much anymore. He is listening to the ship. And what Adam Tollefson hears in the noise of the ice, what he has come to hear slowly over these weeks, the way you might come to notice a smell in a house, is that the men above him are going to kill him. He is certain of it. Not afraid of it exactly. Certain. He has been watching them. He has been listening to them talk, to the Belgians talk, in a language he does not have, which makes every conversation a conversation about him. And he has begun to notice that they stop sometimes when he comes in. He has noticed the way they look at one another. He has assembled it all patiently, the way a careful man assembles evidence, and it fits. It all fits. So he sits down here where they cannot get behind him, and he waits. Up above him, in the forecastle and the cabins, the rest of them are lying in their bunks. Some of them are asleep, in the way people sleep when their body has forgotten what sleep is for. 3 hours, then 4 hours awake, then 2 hours, all of it disconnected from any clock. But some of them are just lying there, awake, eyes open. And if you brought the lamp close to one of these men and looked into his face, you would find that he is not looking at anything. He is not looking at the ceiling of his bunk 20 centimeters from his nose. He is looking at something considerably further away than that. Something that would be about 12 feet in front of him if the room he was lying in were not 10 feet wide. The men have a name for it, this look. They call it the Antarctic stare, a 12-foot stare in a 10-foot room, and moving between them right now is a man with a lamp. He's American. He's the ship's doctor, and he has a big nose and a thick beard and gold teeth that catch the light when he leans in. And he is going down the length of this ship the way he does every day, stopping at every bunk. His name is Frederick Cook. He is checking pulses that race at nothing. He is looking at ankles that have gone puffy and gums that have gone soft. He is asking men, in whatever fragment of language he shares with each one, how they are, and getting back either nothing or a lie. He cannot fix any of it. He knows that. He does it anyway. And in the pocket of his coat there is a notebook. And in that notebook, among the pulse readings and the symptoms and the observations of a doctor who is meticulously recording a thing he does not understand, there is a number. And every morning, Frederick Cook makes that number one smaller, because Frederick Cook is counting. He is the one man on this ship who is still counting. He has the tables, and the tables give a date. And on that date, the sun comes back over the edge of the world and touches this ice again. That is what there is. A hull that groans. A man in the hold who has worked out that his friends mean to murder him. 19 faces staring at something 12 feet away. And a doctor with a lamp and a number, walking the length of a ship that cannot move in a night that has no morning in it. And the only question worth asking the one nobody aboard will say out loud, because saying it would make it real, is a simple one. How does a man come back from this? But to understand how 19 men ended up here, we have to go back to a dream and a ship and a summer in Antwerp. Welcome, nightlings. This is Huxley. If you like listening or falling asleep to real stories that will reveal life's deeper truths, then this is the place for you. Consider subscribing and let the next story find you when you need it most. We're close towards a milestone for this little channel, 500 followers. It is not much, I know, but it is progress, and I cannot get there without your help. So, if you have thoroughly enjoyed one of my episodes, share it with a friend who needs it. Follow if you have not. It matters more than it should. Thank you. Now, find your softest pillow. Find the warm edge of the blanket. Let your shoulders drop. And let's begin. Look at a map from the 1890s. The bottom of it is empty, not stylized empty. The way old maps put sea monsters and curling script in the places they hadn't got round to. Empty, white, blank, a great vacancy at the foot of the world, with a few scratches of coastline around its northern edge, where ships had brushed past, the way your fingers brush a wall in a dark hallway. And then nothing. No interior. No shape. No idea whether the white was land or ice on water, or one continent, or a scatter of islands, or something nobody had thought of yet. Here's the part that's hard to feel now. From a century of satellites, that blankness was not a gap in the map. It was a gap in the species. There was at that moment a region of this planet, a big one bigger than Europe, that no human eye had ever held. Not once, not from a hilltop, not from a boat, not for a second. Ships had grazed its edge. Sealers had worked its islands and gone home before the season closed. But nobody had ever stayed. Nobody had ever seen what happened there when the sun went down for the winter, because no one had ever been present when it did. Every other blank place on Earth was closing. Africa was being carved up in rooms in Berlin. The Arctic had men racing each other across it, filing dispatches, giving interviews, but the South just sat there at the bottom of every atlas, in every schoolroom in Europe, white and silent and utterly unbothered. And it did not care that the century was nearly over. If you were a young man in the 1890s who wanted to matter, that blank space was the last one left. Now, Adrien de Gerlache, 31 years old, Belgian, a naval officer, and, in the autumn of that decade, standing on the bridge of a passenger ferry, in fog, doing the Ostend-Dover run. He had done it yesterday. He would do it tomorrow. Ostend to Dover is about 70 miles of grey water, and he crossed it with a deck full of people who were reading newspapers and being seasick and thinking about their appointments, and he brought them safely to the other side. And then he turned the ship around and brought a different set of people back. He was good at it. He came from an army family. He'd gone to sea as a cabin boy at 17. He'd studied engineering. He'd made captain by 28. And this was the job, the channel, and the fog, and the timetable. He was, by every account of him, a dreamer. Aloof and sensitive and bookish. An aristocrat's son, with an aristocrat's manners and an aristocrat's slight distance from other people. He was a pacifist in a naval uniform, and he was doing the same crossing in the same fog for the rest of his life. He tried to get out of it. He applied to go to the Congo, Leopold's Congo, the great Belgian adventure of the age, the thing an ambitious young officer was supposed to want. They turned him down. He wrote to Nordenskjöld, the great Swedish polar man, offering himself, asking to be taken along on anything at all. Nordenskjöld never wrote back. And somewhere in there, on the bridge, in the fog, 70 miles of grey water going by for the 400th time, de Gerlach arrived at a conclusion. If nobody would take him south, then the expedition would have to be his. He put it later in a very Belgian way. As a Belgian, he said, he could not help but penetrate south. Which sounds like patriotism, and partly was. Belgium was 60-odd years old. It had a king with an appetite and a colony, and something to prove. A Belgian flag at the bottom of the earth would be worth a great deal to a small country in a century of large ones. But listen to the sentence again. He could not help it. That isn't a policy. That's a man describing a compulsion. So, in 1894, he stood up in front of the Royal Geographical Society of Brussels and told a room full of serious men that Belgium, a country you could drive across in an afternoon, with no polar tradition, no ice-going navy, and no money for this, should mount the first scientific expedition to the Antarctic. And he watched them think about it. And then came the part of this story that nobody puts in the paintings, because the answer was not yes. The answer was 2 years of rooms, 2 years of committee rooms and drawing rooms and society dinners, of the same speech given again to different men in different waistcoats, of being taken seriously for 90 minutes and then not funded. In January of 1896, they went to the public, an actual national subscription open to anyone. Give what you can. Belgium goes south. And Belgium gave about 100,000 francs in 4 months, out of pockets, in coins. Then funny at all, and it's not a scandal, it's a bill. Count what this cost him. Not the francs were Belgium's. Count the part that was his. From that ferry bridge to the day the money finally moved was the better part of a decade of one man's life. And he spent it in rooms, asking a small country over and over in his good coat for a voyage that most of the people politely listening to him considered folly. Expensive folly at that, in a country with a great many other uses for 160,000 francs. And he was, by everyone's account, including his own, the wrong man for that job. He wasn't a rousing speaker. He wasn't a salesman. He was diffident and aloof and bookish, an intellectual who found other people slightly effortful. and the task in front of him was, for years, nothing but other people. Rooms full of them. He had to stand up in front of them and ask, and be told to come back next year, and then come back next year. There's a point in every unreasonable dream where the sensible thing becomes available, where it's honorable, and it's right there, and nobody would think less of you. For Adrien de Gerlache, that point arrived roughly annually for years. And every time he walked past it and went back to the ferry and did the crossing again and wrote another letter. That's the engine. That's the whole man. He wanted this the way you want the thing you've decided your life is for. And he was willing to spend his actual life buying it. In the smallest and least romantic currency there is, which is Tuesdays. And what did all of it buy him? A second-hand whaler. She was called the Patria. And she was 13 years old, and she'd been built in 1884 at Svelvik, in Norway, to kill whales and seals in northern ice, which is to say she was built by people who took ice personally. 36 meters long, bark-rigged, 3 masts, and a single squat funnel. A steam engine of 30-odd horsepower. And I want you to sit with that number, because 35 horsepower is a lawn-mower with ambitions. This was a sailing ship that happened to own a kettle. But the screw could be hoisted clean out of the water, up and away from the ice, which is the sort of detail that tells you what her builders expected her to meet. He bought her in 1896 and renamed her on the 4th of July, Belgica. Then he took her to Framnes at Sandefjord and had her rebuilt. New cabins, a laboratory, more sheathing. And the hull was the good news. Pine and oak, ribbed and braced, and then, on the outside where it mattered, 110 millimeters of greenheart, which is a timber so dense and so hard, it turns the teeth of saws, clad over again in oak and iron. Go down and put your hand on it. That's what he did. That's what every man does with a ship he's just bought. You go below, and you find a rib, and you put your palm flat on it, and it's cold and it's solid, and it doesn't move. And it's wood. 110 millimeters of the hardest timber on earth, and oak and iron over that. And it is still, at the end of the day, a wooden ship made of trees. And the thing standing between it and everything is a carpenter's opinion. He had the dream, he had the money, he had the ship. She needed 19 men, and she needed them by August. Antwerp, the summer of 1897 on the quay, and Adrien de Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, 31, the dreamer who had talked a small country into this, is standing with his hands behind his back, watching his ship go down. Not sink, not yet, just down, slowly, all summer. Here's what a ship being loaded actually looks like if you stand there long enough to notice. There's a line painted on her side, and there's the water, and the relationship between those two things is the entire argument. In June, on the Belgica, that relationship was healthy. by August it had become a topic. They loaded her with coal, because a steam engine eats. They loaded her with food for years. Tinned meat, tinned vegetables, tinned everything, because this is 1897, and the tin can is the miracle of the age. The technology that makes the whole century's exploration possible. Sacks of flour, cases of lime juice, stacked and lashed and counted, because the British Navy has used lime juice against scurvy for 50 years, and everybody knows it works. And what is good enough for the Royal Navy is good enough for Belgium. That is not a debate anyone is having. That is settled science, and it is going down the hatch by the case. Then the scientific gear, which is the entire reason the government paid. Instruments, glassware, sounding wire, cases and cases of it. All of it fragile, all of it heavy. Then the boats, then the dog's food, then the sledges, then somebody's crates that nobody can identify, but which are clearly going. And every single item of it makes the line on the side of the ship a little closer to the sea. And into all this, up the gangplank, come the men. Georges Lecoin. First, the Belgian captain, amiable and firm, and the man who is actually going to run this ship. 28 years old, a gunnery officer turned navigator, and a master of astronomy and hydrography, who could take a sight of a star and tell you where he was standing to within a few hundred meters. De Gerlach has the dream. Lecointe has the ship. It's a good arrangement, and both of them know it. And Lecointe comes aboard and immediately starts asking about the waterline, which is how you know he's the right man. Then Roald Amundsen, Norwegian, 25, the first mate. He is, and I'm quoting a phrase that has stuck to him ever since, even in his youth, the storybook picture of a sailor. Enormous, silent, with a face like the north wall of something. He has not come for Belgium. He has not come for the king. He's come for two reasons, and he is quite open about the first one. He needs sea time to earn his skipper's ticket. The second reason he keeps to himself. The second reason is that there is going to be a long polar night down there, and he wants to see what it does to men. He wants to take notes. Emile Danco, the Belgian geophysicist with a weak heart, a lieutenant of artillery, and de Gerlach's dearest friend in the world. Danco was the first man to say yes to all of this. The first. Before there was a ship, before there was money, when it was still just a man on a ferry with an idea, Danco said yes, because his friend asked him. And now he comes up the gangplank with his instruments, and he has, privately, already begun to worry about the crew. Emil Rakovica, the Romanian naturalist, sarcastic and very funny, arrives, looks at the ship for approximately 4 seconds, and wants to know, out loud, in French, whether the plan is to sail her or to swim her. Nobody laughs, because they're all busy, and because it's a little close to the bone. And Rakovica, entirely undamaged by this, goes below to find out where they've put him. They've put him in a very small laboratory, with Henryk Ochtowski, the earnest Polish scientist, geologist, oceanographer, Meteorologist, a serious man doing serious work with a serious face, who is going to be his seatmate at a bench for 2 years in a room the size of a modest bathroom. Rakovica looks at Arctovsky. Arctovsky looks at Rakovica, and within about a week, a friendship has begun that consists almost entirely of one man being magnificently unbearable to the other, at a bench in a cupboard at the bottom of the world. They keep coming. Antoni Dobrowolski, a Polish student volunteer. So junior, he's barely on the list. Henri Summers, the chief engineer, Belgian, older, steady, the man who keeps that little kettle alive. Louis Michotte, the steward and cook, a Belgian with a galley the size of a wardrobe and an entire expedition's appetite to answer for. Carl August Winke, a young Norwegian able seaman, well-liked from about his second day aboard. Adam Tollefsen, the Norwegian who had sailed in ice all his life. Jan van Mierlo, young, Belgian, cheerful. Gustav Dufour, Johansen, Knudsen, Mellertz, van Rysselberger, and last, Johan Koren, 17 years old, cabin boy and assistant zoologist. He comes up the gangplank with his kit in one arm and a cat in the other. The cat's name is Nansen, after the great Norwegian, because obviously it is. And Nansen, the cat, comes aboard at Antwerp, in Belgium, in the summer, and takes one look at his new circumstances and is unimpressed, and goes below to find somewhere warm, which on a ship means the engine room, and which on this ship means he has made the single best decision of anyone aboard. So, count them up. 9 Belgians, 6 Norwegians, 2 Poles, 1 American, though the American isn't here, 1 Romanian, and a cat named after a Norwegian. Now, that was a choice. De Gerlach picked the best men he could find, and did not much care what passport they carried, because he was building a scientific expedition rather than a patriotic one. And he'd already decided he wasn't going to plant flags and claim territory. Science over nationalism. It is genuinely ahead of its time. In 1897, when Europe is busy dividing the world with a ruler, a Belgian aristocrat quietly puts a Romanian and 2 Poles and a boatload of Norwegians on his national expedition because they're good, and gives the whole thing not one thought. It's admirable, and it means that on a ship 36 meters long, there are men who cannot speak to each other, not have a slight accent, cannot speak to each other. The Norwegians in the forecastle have Norwegian. The officers have French. The scientists have French and some German. And there is exactly 1 man aboard, the commandant, who can hold a real conversation in English. And here's my favorite detail in the whole loading of this ship. Before the Norwegians even enter the argument, before there's a single Belgian versus Norwegian anything, the Belgians are already not getting on with the Belgians. Because half of them are Walloons and half of them are Flemings, and they've brought that with them up the gangplank along with the flour. 9 Belgians, 2 Belgiums. Meanwhile, that August 4,000 miles away, in Brooklyn, New York, a man is reading a newspaper. He's 32. He's a doctor. His name is Frederick Cook, and he's got a practice, and he's got gold teeth and a beard and a nose you could navigate by, and he is not, by any reasonable measure, a man who needs to go to Antarctica. He grew up poor in the Catskills. His father, a German immigrant, a country doctor, died when Fred was about 5, and Fred spent his boyhood being the man of a house he was too small for, hauling milk, hauling vegetables, printing, collecting rents, anything, all of it, while putting himself through Columbia and then medical school at NYU. He qualified in 1890, and in that same year, 1890, his wife died. Her name was Libby Forbes. She died in childbirth, and the child died too. He had done everything right. He had climbed out of the Catskills by main force. He had made himself a physician. And at the moment his life was supposed to begin, it was taken off the table in a room he was standing in by the thing he had spent years training to prevent. He went north the next year, Greenland, 1891, with Peary. Surgeon, ethnologist, photographer. And there, among the Inuit, watching how people who actually live in the ice, Frederick Cook learned 2 things that no medical school in America was teaching. He learned how they dressed, and he learned what they ate. Now it's August 1897, and he's in Brooklyn with a newspaper. And the newspaper says that a Belgian expedition is going to Antarctica, and that its doctor has just quit. He cabled. Of course he cabled. And within hours a reply came back across the ocean. Meet the ship in South America. So, on the quay in Antwerp, there is a berth for a surgeon, and it is empty, and the man who is going to fill it is currently 4,000 miles away, buying passage. And the Belgica is now sitting very, very low. They loaded her until her decks were barely 2 feet clear of the water. 2 feet. Stand on that deck, and the sea is at your knees, not in a storm, in a harbor, on a calm day, tied to a quay. When she moves, she'll manage 6 knots, and only if she's in a good mood. She is overloaded, overcrammed, overstuffed, and, at the same time, in a way that nobody standing on that quay can see, under-provisioned. Not enough winter clothing for every man aboard. Not nearly enough. They have loaded her past her marks with tinned food and lime juice, and they have not got enough coats. And nobody on that quay is troubled by it in the slightest. Why would they be? They have lime juice. They have tins by the 1,000. They have the accumulated confidence of the greatest naval century in human history sitting in crates in the hold. And they are quite certain, genuinely, reasonably, respectably certain, that it is enough. So, on the 16th of August 1897, the ropes come off the bollards, and the little overloaded ship with the hoistable propeller, and the 2 Belgians, and the cat, and the empty doctor's berth swings her bow toward the river. Antwerp slides away, the Atlantic, autumn 1897, and Roald Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, has the watch and is doing arithmetic he has not been asked to do. Here is the arithmetic. There is exactly 1 season in which you can get into the Antarctic and back out again, and it is the southern summer, and it is short. The ice opens a little for a while, and then it closes. That's it. That's the entire window, everything about this voyage, the ship, the money, the men, the schoolchildren's francs, depends on the Belgica being at the bottom of the world when that window is open, and not before, and God help them, not after. They left in August. It is now autumn, and they are in warm water, because the route is long. It's Madeira, then a great slow diagonal down the Atlantic to Rio de Janeiro, then Montevideo, then down and down to Tierra del Fuego and the Strait, and only then, at last, south. Thousands of miles of it. And the Belgica, a whaler built for northern ice, overloaded to her eyeballs, making 6 knots on a good day and less on the others, sweats her way through the tropics, taking her time. And I do mean sweats. Everything about this ship is wrong for this ocean, and she tells you so all day in her own language. She was built to be cold. Her hull is packed and corked, and paid with tar and pitch, and in the tropics that pitch softens and comes weeping up out of the deck seams in black beads that stick to your boots and to anything you set down. The tar smells. The bilge smells worse. Below decks, in a forecastle designed to hold heat in an Arctic January, the men lie in the dark at night in a box of unmoving air at a temperature that makes sleep a kind of negotiation. And the crated stores sit around them giving off their own opinions, and the whole ship, pine, oak, coal dust, tar, wet rope, 20-odd unwashed men and 1 cat, becomes a single smell that you stop noticing on about the 9th day and never smell again until you go ashore and come back. She was made for ice. She's being marinated. Amundsen stands his watches. 4 hours on, and then off, and then on again. Around a clock that keeps turning whether or not anything has happened, and mostly nothing has. A watch at sea in fine weather is not exciting. It is the specific, particular boredom of being responsible. You are not doing anything. You are simply the man who would have to. So he stands there at the rail, on a ship he does not command, in warm air, going nowhere at 6 knots. And he watches the days come off the calendar. Then it started to get worse. On the 22nd of August, 6 days out, 6 days they were barely past the channel, the boatswain and the carpenter resigned. Not deserted, resigned formally and went home. On a ship going to Antarctica, the carpenter is not staff. The carpenter is a load-bearing wall, and through the autumn at every port, the crew came apart a little more. Men deserted. Men were dismissed. Somebody was fired in Rio and rehired in Montevideo, which tells you roughly everything about how tight the ship was run. At this point, they had left Antwerp with about 23 men aboard. By the time they got near the ice, they were down to about 19. Sit with that. Nearly a fifth of the expedition is simply gone. Walked off in warm weather, in ports with trains and bars and passage home, before the hard part starts. And here's the thing about a small ship. There is no slack in her. 23 men was not a generous number. It was the number, worked out by people with pencils, for the watches and the boats and the engine and the sledges and the soaring and the hauling and everything else. You do not lose 4 men from a crew of 23. You lose 4 men's work permanently, and it doesn't go away. It gets divided up and quietly added to the backs of the men who stayed. Nobody recalculates anything. The stores are what they are. The plan is what it is, and the ship goes on. Now, Rio, late October, and Amundsen is on deck when a boat comes out to them across the roadstead with a stranger in it. The stranger comes up the side. He's American. He's got a beard and gold teeth. He is carrying Arctic equipment he has bought and paid for himself. And he is talking to everyone, cheerfully in English, which perhaps 2 men on this ship can follow. This is Dr. Frederick Cook, 4,000 miles from Brooklyn, arriving to take a berth on an expedition full of people he has never met, most of whom he cannot speak to, in order to go and spend a winter in a place no one has ever wintered. Amundsen watches him come aboard. He is not especially impressed. Why would he be? A loud American with gold teeth is not a Norwegian's idea of a serious man. Let me tell you what else Amundsen was doing on this voyage, though, because it's the thing that explains him. In Tierra del Fuego, that cold, wet, wind-flayed country at the bottom of South America, Amundsen went ashore alone. And he tested himself. Not casually. He put his own body through extreme, deliberate, solitary endurance trials. How far? How long? How cold? How little food? How much weight? Moving, as one description of him has it, like a slinking panther. Alone. Nobody watching. Nobody keeping score. He didn't explain it to anyone. He didn't have to explain it, because he wasn't doing it for them. He was collecting data on one specific piece of equipment that he intended to rely on for the rest of his life. And that piece of equipment was Roald Amundsen. And he wanted to know its tolerances before somebody else's mistake found them for him. And the crew, watching this enormous silent Norwegian disappear over a hill in the rain to voluntarily suffer for a day and a half and come back and say nothing about it, concluded reasonably that he was out of his mind, which he found perfectly acceptable. Being underestimated cost him nothing. That's the thing about that autumn. The misery of it was extremely funny if you weren't in it. Rakovica, the Romanian naturalist, sarcastic and very funny, was having the time of his life, because everywhere the ship stopped, there was a new coastline full of things that had never been properly catalogued, and he catalogued them. And then he came back aboard and told everyone at length about the sea creature he had found, and precisely which member of the crew it resembled. Nansen the cat, meanwhile, formed his opinion of the tropics, and his opinion was that the tropics were beneath him, and he expressed this by lying in the shade in a shape that suggested he had been poured there. And shore leave. Well, shore leave in a South American port, for sailors who have been at sea for weeks, is one of the great engines of human comedy, and it also explains why a number of them didn't come back. But here is the other side of the ship, and it isn't funny at all. Down in the commandant's cabin, Adrien de Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, the aristocratic dreamer, 31, is sitting with a calendar. He is doing the same arithmetic as his first mate. He is looking at the same numbers. And the numbers say what the numbers say. Every day at anchor is a day of the season gone. And the season is the whole thing. And the season is going and going. And it does not care that the carpenter resigned, or that a man was fired in Rio, or that the ship is slow because she is full of the finest scientific instruments in Belgium. He does not say what he's thinking. Not to Lecointe, the Belgian captain, amiable and firm. Not to Amundsen, not to Danko, the geophysicist with the weak heart, his dearest friend who would listen. Two men on one small ship in two different rooms, doing the identical sum, reaching different conclusions, saying nothing to each other about it. The sea greyed, the air changed. The 22nd of January, 1898. The Belgica has been in Antarctic waters for 2 days. Roald Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, has the deck. It's a working morning. That's all it is. The ship is at the edge of everything, in that strange grey-white light down there that has no particular hour attached to it. And she is doing what a ship does, rolling, creaking, going about her business. The watch is on. Men are moving on deck in wet wool, doing the small permanent chores that make a ship, coiling, checking, hauling, all of it cold, none of it interesting. The air is around freezing, and the water is worse, and every rope you touch takes a little skin's worth of warmth away with it. Amundsen has the deck, which means the deck's business is his business, and he stands where the officer of the watch stands, and he watches it happen. And Carl August Wienke is out there. He's a Norwegian able seaman, and he's about 18, one of the youngest men on the ship, and one of the best liked. And those two facts are related. Everybody likes Wienke. There's always one. He's the boy who's always where the work is, who takes the miserable job without making a face about it, who is somehow cheerful at 4 in the morning in a way that ought to be irritating and somehow isn't. He speaks Norwegian, which means that in the forecastle he's among his own, and he speaks it constantly. He's a boy a long way from home, doing a job he loves, on the first ship to come this far south in living memory. He is having the adventure of his life, and he knows it, and he says so. Picture him, if you can. Wet wool. Red hands. 18. Laughing at something. Right? Now, the weather. It came on the way. It comes on down there. The barometer going. The sea getting its shoulders into it. The wind rising through the rigging from a sound you notice to a sound you have to talk over. And by the time it was a proper gale, the Belgica was rolling hard, taking water green over the rail and shedding it back off the deck through the scuppers, which are the openings in the bulwarks that let a ship's sea run away over the side, and which are. On a well-run ship, the only reason a deck full of water becomes an empty deck again. Except that this ship was carrying an enormous quantity of coal, and coal is a thing that breaks into smaller, and smaller pieces, the more it is thrown about. And the sea coming aboard was picking up all that loose coal and carrying it and packing it into the scuppers, which meant the water wasn't leaving. And a wooden ship holding tons of water she cannot drain in a gale is not an inconvenience. It's a countdown. Every sea she takes stays. She gets heavier. She rolls slower and deeper and doesn't come back as far. And at some point in that arithmetic, she doesn't come back at all. The scuppers had to be cleared. Somebody had to go over and clear them by hand. Vinke went. And this is where I have to tell you a thing that will sound insane, and was, at the time, simply how it was done. He went over the side without a lifeline. Not because anyone was careless, and not because anyone was cruel, but because that was the practice. A good seaman was expected to hold on, and Vinke was a good seaman, and men had been leaning over the sides of ships to clear them for 300 years, holding on. There was a rope available. Nobody thought of it, because nobody thought of it, because in 1898 you didn't. So he leaned out over the rail of a ship, rolling in a gale in the Southern Ocean, with the sea coming up at him, and he worked the coal out of the scuppers with his hands. And the sea came up and took him off the ship. It was one wave. That's all it was. One wave among the thousands that had already come aboard that morning, indistinguishable from the one before it and the one after it, without the slightest intention in it. And it came over the rail, and it filled the space where a young man had been standing, and when it drained away, he was in the water, and the ship was going past him. Vinke overboard. But there was a line in the water, the log line, which is the cord trailing astern with the little spinning device on the end that tells a ship her speed, and which was, on that morning, the single most important object on Earth. And as the ship carried past him, and the freezing water closed over him and drove the air out of his chest, Carl August Vinke got his hands on it and held on. And they saw him. They saw him back there, in the grey, with his hands on the line. Cook got to it first, the American doctor, 3 months aboard, a man who could barely speak to the crew he was now trying to save one of. And he took the log line in both fists and began to haul, and he hauled a young man's whole body against the drag of an entire ocean, hand over hand, while the ship kept moving and the water kept pulling and the line kept coming aboard, wet and thin and impossible to grip. And it was working. It was working. He was closer than he had been. And then Georges Lecroix, the Belgian captain, amiable and firm, the man who actually ran this ship, the one competent, careful, unsurpassable navigator aboard, did the thing that tells you who he was. He had himself lowered on a rope over the side into the Southern Ocean in a gale to reach him. Understand what that water was. That water gives a man minutes. Not many. It hits your chest and empties your lungs in one involuntary gasp before you have agreed to anything. And it takes your hands within a minute or two, takes them completely, turns them into objects you are carrying rather than tools you are using. And then it starts working inward. and Leko Inte went into it on purpose. Think about the arithmetic he did, in the half-second it took him to decide, because he was a man who did arithmetic, the most precise mind aboard, a navigator whose sights were called unsurpassable, a man whose entire professional character was the refusal to guess. He knew the temperature of that water. He knew, better than anyone on that deck, exactly how long a body lasts in it, and exactly what his own odds were on the end of a rope in a gale. He'd have known the number. And he went over anyway, down the side of a rolling ship into the Southern Ocean, kicking out toward a boy who was holding on to a piece of string in the wake of a vessel that could not stop for him. The cold hit him and took the air out of him. The ship dragged. The rope pulled him one way, and the sea pulled him another, and the grey water kept coming over his head. And somewhere out in front of him, closer than he had any right to expect, there was Vinka. He got close. He got close enough to see his face. And Vinka's hands, which had been in that water for minutes now, which were 18 years old and strong, and had been doing rope work an hour ago, would not close anymore. He let go of the line. Not a decision, not a giving up, nothing you could hang a word like that on. Just a body arriving quietly at the end of what it had, and doing the only thing left to do, which was to stop holding on, and the grey came up between him and the ship kept going, and the line came aboard with nothing on it. And he was gone. They hauled Leko Inte back up. It took time, and it took men, and he came over the rail half-drowned and blue and useless, and had to be carried, and he had failed, and he knew it before his feet touched the deck. And then the ship kept going. That's the part. That's the part nobody puts in the story. Because there was still a gale on. The scuppers were still clogged. The ship was still in danger, and the sea does not observe a moment's silence, and so men went out again and cleared the coal out of the scuppers with their hands, in the same wind, in the same water, from the same place at the rail. The work got done. It had to get done. The bell was rung at the end of the watch. The watch changed. Somebody wrote in the log. And Roald Amundsen stood where he had been standing. He had the deck. That's what officer of the watch means. It means that for those 4 hours, everything that happens on that deck happens under you. Every man out there is out there because you have permitted it, and the ordering of it, and the timing of it, and who goes over the side, and whether anyone thinks about a rope. He had given no bad order. There was no bad order to give. It was the practice, it was the ship, it was the weather, it was one wave out of 10,000. He was 25 years old, and he had the watch, and a boy who had been laughing an hour ago was somewhere astern in the dark water. He did not say anything about it. He didn't announce it, or explain it, or ask anyone to tell him it wasn't his fault. He stood his watch to the end of it, in the same spot, with his hands where they'd been, and then he went below. And the ship sailed on into the ice, and she was down one man, and everything about her was exactly the same as it had been that morning. The same hull, the same bunks, the same watches, the same routine, running perfectly, missing one 18-year-old. and he stayed on deck. His watch was over. There was no reason for him to be up there. It was cold, it was wet, the gale was still working itself out, and the deck was somebody else's problem now, formerly by the bell. He stayed anyway. He stood at the rail in the dark, with the water going by underneath, looking astern, at nothing, at a stretch of ocean that had closed over itself hours ago and looked exactly like every other stretch of ocean in the world. There was nothing back there to see. There would never be anything back there to see. He looked at it for a long time. Then he went below. And the forecastle was very quiet that night. Not shocked quiet. Quiet the way a room is quiet, when nobody can think of a single thing to say that's worth the trouble of saying. And there's the language problem too, of course, because the Norwegians could have talked to each other about him, and the Belgians could have talked to each other about him, but nobody could talk to anybody about him, so nobody did. For hours. Just the hull working, and the wind going down, and men lying awake in the dark in their wet wool, not sleeping, listening to each other, not sleep. There was an empty place in the bunks. And here's the thing about a ship, the thing nobody warns you about. There's no room on her for the dead. A ship is a small box with a place for everything, and every place is assigned. And Carl August Vinke's place was still exactly where it had been that morning. His bunk, made up. His kit, stowed in the spot he'd been given, in the order he'd put it in, arranged that way by a person who fully expected to come back and use it. His spare wool, his boots, whatever a young sailor carries to the bottom of the world. Something from home, probably. There's always something from home. It was all still there. It was all going to stay there until somebody dealt with it. And somebody would have to deal with it. Somebody was going to have to go through an 18-year-old's things and decide what got kept for his family and what didn't. And somebody was going to have to write to his mother in Norway, on a ship with no radio, in a place with no post, which meant writing a letter and then carrying it, folded, in your kit, for as long as it took. Nobody did any of it that night. Everybody thought about it. Nobody moved. Outside, the sea went on doing what it had been doing before any of them arrived. It hadn't wanted him. It hadn't noticed him. There was nothing there to be angry at, nothing to blame, nothing to accuse, nothing with a face on it. And so there was nowhere at all to put the feeling, and the men lay in the dark holding it, and the water went by under the hull, and the ship carried them south. The 23rd of January, 1898. The Belgica is working her way south along a coast nobody has ever drawn, and Adrien de Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, 31, the aristocratic dreamer, is standing on deck with a chart that is mostly empty paper. Understand what that means, because it's the thing that's hard to feel now. He is not navigating. Navigating is what you do when there's a map and you're on it. What de Gerlache is doing is looking at a piece of paper with a few pencil strokes at the top of it, and looking up at a world, and then putting the world onto the paper, by hand, in the order he meets it. Everything on that chart south of a certain line is there, because he put it there in the last hour, and everything below that is white, and the white is not shorthand for anything. The white is the truth. Nobody knows. And the world he is looking up at, I want to try to give you this properly, because he had waited 10 years in committee rooms for it, and he got it, and it was better than the rooms. Mountains came straight up out of the sea. Not hills, not headlands. Mountains, black rock and white snow, going up 2,000, 3,000 feet directly from the waterline, with no beach and no shallows and no apology. So close on both sides that the ship went between them down a channel of flat dark water, like a barge going down a street. Glaciers came off the high ground and ended in cliffs of blue ice standing in the sea, and every so often one of them let go of a piece of itself, and the noise arrived across the water a full second after the thing had already happened. The water was so still in the lee of it all that the mountains were in the water too, upside down, perfect, and the ship went through the reflection and broke it, and it heeled up behind her. And the light, February light, at that latitude, does not come from a place. It's not from the sun. Exactly. The sun is low, and it stays low, and it goes around the sky sideways, rather than up and over, so the light comes from everywhere at once. Off the snow, off the water, off the underside of the clouds, so that there are no shadows anywhere, and nothing has a top or a bottom, and the whole world is the same gentle, unbearable brightness in every direction. You could not tell how far away anything was. A mountain at 3 miles and a mountain at 30 looked the same, because there was no haze and no dust, and nothing between you and it. Men on that deck argued about distances, and every one of them was wrong. From the 23rd of January to the 12th of February, they made about 20 landings. 20. In 3 weeks. Boat away, oars out, run in through the brash, jump onto a rock nobody has stood on, and then take the rock's temperature, and its magnetism, and its rocks. Arctowski, the earnest Polish scientist, going up a slope with a hammer, chipping. Rakovica, the Romanian naturalist, sarcastic and very funny, going the other way, with a net and a jar, and a face like a man who has been let into a bank after hours. And de Gerlach named them. That was his to do, and he did it, and he did it carefully, the way a man does a thing he has been imagining for a decade, and does not want to hurry. He put his friends on the map. He put his backers on the map. He put a small country's worth of names on the bottom of the world, and one of them was a young Norwegian able seaman, who was somewhere astern in the water, and would never see it. And there is an island down there, with Vinke's name on it, to this hour. And the great one, the channel itself, the long protected strait between the mainland and a chain of islands that no European had known was a channel at all, he called the Belgica Strait, after his ship. It sits on the charts today under his own name instead, the Gerlach Strait, which is a thing the world does, and which he did not ask for. It is, by any measure, his life's work. The single largest piece of geography any Belgian ever handed to the map. He had it. Standing there, in the reflected light, with the mountains going by on both sides at 6 knots, 10 years of rooms, and this was what was in the box. Now, let me put you in a different pair of eyes for a minute. Because Frederick Cook, the American doctor, the beard, and the gold teeth, 3 months aboard, and still barely able to talk to anyone, was on that deck too, and Cook had seen ice before. That's the whole difference, and it's everything. Every other man on that ship was looking at the ice for the first time in his life, and a thing you are seeing for the first time is a spectacle. Cook had wintered in Greenland with Peary in 91. He had lived in the ice, among people who lived in the ice, for a year, and had watched it do what it does over a full turn of the seasons. So when Cook looked over that rail, he was not seeing a view. He was reading the same way you'd read a page, and the sentence he was reading was about the season. He could see it in the small things. He could see it in the way the young ice was starting to skim the sheltered water in the mornings, a grey film, nothing, gone by noon, but there yesterday too, and thicker. He could see it in the light, which was rich and golden and lovely, and which was rich and golden and lovely, because it was slanting, and it was slanting because the sun was lower than it had been last week. Everything that made that world beautiful in February was the same fact, wearing a different coat. The year was turning. He said something about it. Mild, a remark, the kind of thing a man says at a rail with his hands in his pockets, about the ice being early, or the light going. Not a warning. He was the newest man aboard. He had no French to speak of, and he was the doctor, and nobody appoints the doctor to have opinions about the season. Somebody agreed with him pleasantly, and that was that. On the 15th of February, 1898, the Belgica crossed the Antarctic Circle. There is nothing there. That's the joke of it, and I love it. It's a line drawn by astronomers around the Earth at about 66.5 degrees south, and it marks the latitude at which the sun, on the shortest day, does not manage to come up at all, so it is a line made entirely out of a future absence, and there is nothing in the water to show it. The ship crossed it in the afternoon. The water on the far side of it was the same water. Leconte, the Belgian captain, amiable and firm, took a sight and did the arithmetic and wrote the number in the book, and that was the only thing that happened, and it was the thing that mattered. Then, in the last days of February, the Belgica came out of the strait and into open water, and de Gerlache turned her south. Not southwest, along the coast. He had spent 3 weeks charting, with the mountains and the landings and the harbors and the boats. South. Away from the land, out toward the pack ice of the Bellingshausen Sea, out past the loose floes and the brash, and into the country beyond them, where a ship goes between the ice rather than along its edge, and where Peter, the first island, sits alone in a frozen sea, like something that has been forgotten there. It was late in the season to do that. Everyone aboard who knew ice knew it was late. He turned south, deeper than the season allowed. Leconte noted the date. De Gerlache gave no reason, and nobody aboard asked him for one. Here's what it looked like from the deck, for days, and here's why nobody was frightened. It was magnificent. The floes came past in fields, flat white tables the size of a market square, blue where they'd been rolled over, and the ship went between them in leads of black water that opened up ahead and closed up behind, and the green heart took the small knocks with a shudder and a thump you felt in your boots and did not think about twice. That was what she was for. 110 millimeters of the hardest timber on earth, and every knock it took was proof that the man who ordered it had been right. And on the floes, watching them go by, penguins. Adelie, penguins, in dozens, in hundreds, standing about on the ice like a committee that has come out to see what the fuss is. Absolutely unafraid. They had no reason to be afraid. Nothing in the entire history of their species had ever taught them that an animal could be dangerous. So a wooden ship the size of a church went past at 3 knots, and they simply watched it. And then some of them got in and swam over for a better look. And then some of them got out and came a bit closer on foot, upright, small, appallingly serious. Rakovica, the Romanian naturalist, sarcastic and very funny, was having, without any question, the best week of his entire professional life. Nobody had ever done this. Nobody had ever sat down in front of these animals with a notebook and simply watched them, because nobody had ever been here in the season when you could. So he watched them. For hours. He watched how they walked, and how they got out of the water, and how they fought, and what they did with each other, and he filled pages, and he came back aboard and told everyone about it at dinner, at length, with a straight face, drawing comparisons between individual penguins and individual officers that were, by all accounts, extremely accurate. And that joy was real. That's the thing. It was not ironic, and it was not a small brave gesture in the face of anything. A man who had spent his adult life wanting to look at things nobody had looked at, was looking at things nobody had looked at, and he was radiantly, uncomplicatedly happy in the last week of February, 1898, on the deck of a ship going south. Cook took his photographs. Arctowski took his soundings, which came back with numbers nobody had ever written down. And the ship went on into it. The leads got narrower. That was gradual, nothing you'd point at. One day the black water between the floes was 100 yards across, and the next day it was 50, and the ship went through anyway, because 50 is plenty. Then the floes stopped being separate things with water between them and started being a surface with cracks in it. Then the cracks were what you steered for. And behind her, where she had come from, where the black lead had been, the one she'd come down that morning, the floes had come together again in the night, quietly, without any drama at all, the way a crowd closes up after someone has walked through it. Nobody watched that happen. There was nothing to see. It was just that the way back was not where it had been. The 3rd of March, 1898. 71.5 degrees south, 85 degrees west, and Adrien de Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, 31, the aristocratic dreamer, is on deck, listening to his engine fail to accomplish anything. That's the sound of the beginning. Not a crash. An engine. For days they had been working her through, and working her through is the honest phrase. This was not sailing, it was a kind of argument, conducted at 2 knots. You find a crack. You put the bow in the crack. The little 35 horsepower kettle down below does everything it can, which is not much, and Summers, the Belgian chief engineer, older, steady, coaxes it into doing slightly more than that, and the ship leans on the ice with her whole weight until the crack decides to be a lead, and then you are through, and you are in a pool of black water the size of a tennis court, and you look around it for the next crack. And on the 2nd of March, something in the pattern gave way, though nobody could have named it while it was happening. There was no single moment to point to, only a day on which they got 100 yards, and then a day on which they got less, and then a day on which the engine turned, and the screw turned, and the water behind it churned, and the ship did not move. That's what it was. That's the whole event. The most famous besetting in the history of Antarctic exploration is a man standing on a deck, feeling a working engine underneath him, and watching a fixed point on a floe stay exactly where it is. They tried. Of course, they tried. That goes on for days, and it is exhausting, and undignified, and completely reasonable. Men went over the side onto the ice with saws and with poles, and with charges, and cut at her, and heaved at her, and the ship rocked in her socket by a few inches, and settled back. They hoisted the screw up out of the water, up into the well, where the ice could not reach it, which was the clever detail the Norwegian builders had put into her 13 years earlier for exactly this, and which meant that the one part of the Belgica that could push was now sitting in the air. And then the wind would come round, and a lead would open half a mile off. You could see it, black, obvious, going the right way, and there was no way to get to it. And by morning, it had closed. And de Gerlache gave orders about a ship that could not move. He was good at it, in the way an aristocrat is good at manner. The orders were sound. Secure this, stow that, get the observations going, put the dogs on the ice, start the routine. The routine is the thing you make when there is nothing to do, because the alternative to routine is 19 men standing on a deck, looking at a horizon. What was he thinking? I'm not going to tell you, because nobody knows, and nobody aboard knew either. There is evidence, real evidence, argued over ever since by serious people, that he had pushed in there deliberately, that he had gone deeper and later than the season allowed on purpose, because a man who has spent 10 years and 500,000 francs of a small country's money on a scientific expedition to the Antarctic knows exactly what a winter in the ice would be worth, and knows exactly what a summer cruise and some nice charts would be worth, and those two numbers are not close. And there is de Gerlache himself, in his cabin, being the only man alive with access to the answer, and never once giving a straight one. So watch his face instead. That's what the men did. That's all any of them had. 19 men on a small ship, watching the commandant's face for information, and the commandant had an aristocrat's face, which is a face specifically built at great expense, over several generations, not to have information on it. They watched it, and it was calm, and that was somehow not as reassuring as it should have been. Now, the sound. I have to give you this now, because it started here, in the first week of March, 1898. And from this point, it is simply what the ship sounds like, and I am not going to describe it again. The pack out there was nearly 2 meters thick, and it was not a thing. It was an event in progress, permanently. Millions of tons of frozen sea being pushed by wind and current against millions of tons of frozen sea, and all of that pressure going somewhere, and some of it going into the hull of a wooden ship sitting in the middle of it, like a bead in a fist. It crackled. That was the small constant one, a fizzing, popping crackle like fat in a pan, which is air bubbles bursting out of the ice as it compresses, and it goes on and on and on, and it is the sound of the floor of the world being squeezed. It groaned. Long, low, from underneath, coming up through the frame and into the boards, and into the soles of your boots, and up the bones of your legs, the sound of something enormous shifting its weight. It screeched. High, sudden, forward somewhere. Ice on wood. It popped like knuckles in a series, and stopped, and did it again. And under all of it, all the time, the frame, the pine and the oak, and the 110 millimeters of green heart, creaking as it took the strain. Creak. Settle. Creak. Now imagine trying to sleep in that. Not for a night. Imagine knowing, in the first week, that this is now the sound of your life, and that every one of those noises is a report from the argument between the ice, and the only thing between you and the ice, and that you cannot see any of it, and you cannot do anything about any of it, and the only information you will ever get about whether the ship is about to be folded up like a paper cup is the noise itself, which never stops, which means you can never stop listening. Some of the floes crested up into ridges as they came together, buckling, throwing up walls of broken blocks. You could watch that happen out on the pack, from the deck, in the distance, if you wanted to know what the noise looked like. Most men preferred not to. Now, Roald Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, on the 11th of March, in his diary. Here's the context. He had been aboard a beset ship for 8 days. He had watched the leads close. He had helped hoist the screw. He was living inside the noise like everyone else, and he was writing his diary in the evening, the way he wrote it every evening, because he was the sort of man who did that. And what he wrote was this: "The ice is firm around us, and without ridges." This is starting to get interesting. Sit with that one. It rewards sitting with. Because the first sentence is a professional's report. Firm, no ridges, meaning no pressure walls near the hull, meaning she isn't going to be crushed this week. And that is genuinely the most important operational fact available on the 11th of March, 1898, and he noted it correctly. And then the second sentence. He was 25 years old. He had come aboard this ship for 2 reasons, and he had told everyone the first one, which was his skipper's ticket, and he had told nobody the second one, which was that he wanted to see what a polar night does to men. And on the 11th of March, 1898, the door had shut on the biggest, longest, most total polar night any human being had ever attempted, with him inside it, and he wrote that this was starting to get interesting. That is the funniest sentence anyone wrote in the Antarctic in the 19th century, and it is also, if you turn it over, one of the more frightening, and Amundsen would not have understood why you'd want to distinguish between the two. And on deck, that same week, somebody made a joke about the view. That's a thing people do, and nobody ever writes it down. 19 men had just discovered that they were not going home this year, that they were, in fact, going to be the first human beings ever to stay down here through the winter, involuntarily in a wooden ship with no radio, with nobody on Earth knowing where they were, and one of them looked out at the endless flat white, nothing in every direction, to the edge of the world, and said something like, "Well, at least it's a good anchorage." And men laughed. Really laughed. That is not denial, and it is not bravery. It is the oldest trick the species has. When a thing is too big to be a catastrophe, you make it an inconvenience, because an inconvenience is a size a person can hold. They did it in the first week, and they would do it for a year. Cook, the American doctor, wrote it down on the 21st of March, when the truth had had 3 weeks to settle in, and the men had gone quiet in a new way. "We are imprisoned in an endless sea of ice," he wrote. "We have told all the tales, real and imaginative, to which we are equal. Time weighs heavily upon us as the darkness slowly advances." Read that middle sentence again, because it is the one that gives you the room. They had told all the stories they had. In 3 weeks. 19 men, in a wooden box, had gone through their entire stock of everything any of them knew. Every voyage, and every port, and every girl, and every lie, and had come out the other side of it in March. And the ship sat where she was, and turned very slowly with the flow, and drifted a few miles a day on a current nobody had mapped. And the days got shorter. The 17th of May, 1898. The Belgica has been frozen fast for 75 days, and Frederick Cook, the American doctor, the beard and the gold teeth, is out on the ice with almost every man aboard, facing north, waiting. They had been losing it for weeks by then. That's the part people miss. The sun does not go out. It sinks. Every day for a month, it had been coming up a little less far and going down a little sooner, dragging itself along the horizon in a long, shallow arc, like something too heavy to lift. And the days had got shorter, the way a fire goes down. You look up, and it's later than it was. And the silence changed. Not arrived. Changed. Because the ice had never been silent, and never would be. But through April the other sounds went out of the world one at a time. The whales went first, off north, to somewhere with water in it. Then the penguins, the committees on the floes, Rakowitza's parliament, gone, walking away over the ice in files, or dropping into the last of the leads and not coming back, because they knew something and had known it for 10,000 generations. The seals thinned out. The birds went. And what was left was the ice noise, and 19 men, and the wind. That's the whole inventory. Every other living thing that could leave had left, and the men on that ship watched them go, and could not. Cook was out on the floe with the rest of them because everyone was. Nobody had ordered it. Men had simply come up from below and gone over the side and out onto the ice, in wool and furs, in ones and twos, and stood. The temperature was somewhere around 27.5 below. That's a number Cook logged at noon that season, and it's worth stopping on for a second, because 27 below is not cold in the way you have experienced cold. At 27 below, the air has an opinion about you. It comes into your nose and your nose objects. Any bare skin starts a clock. Your breath does not drift, it falls. And the men stood out in it, on the frozen sea, for a long time, and nobody suggested going in. Because the light was doing something none of them had ever seen, and none of them would ever see again in that particular way. It went along the horizon. The sun did not set the way a sun sets. It did not go down through the sky and into the ground. It went sideways, sliding north along the rim of the world at a shallow angle, an enormous flattened red thing lying on the ice, and the whole white plain in every direction took the color off it. Pink, then rose, then a kind of orange that isn't in the world anywhere else. Then the color went out of the low parts first and stayed in the high parts, and the shadows of 19 men standing on the ice, went out behind them for 100 yards. And it touched the horizon, and it went along it, and part of it went under, and then the rest of it went under. And that was it. Nobody had ever done this before. That is a fact, and it is also the entire feeling of the thing. Human beings have watched the sun go down for as long as there have been human beings. Every one of us, every single one, in every place people have ever been, has looked at the sun going down with the absolute unexamined certainty that it comes back in the morning. That certainty is older than language. It is in the wiring. And 19 men stood on a frozen sea at 71 degrees south and watched the sun go down, knowing that it was not going to come back in the morning. And no member of their species had ever stood in that spot with that knowledge before. They stood there a while after it had gone. The light stayed. That's the thing about it. There's a long, long twilight down there. And the sky over the north stayed a deep burning color for hours after the sun itself was gone, so there was no moment. There was nothing to salute, just a slow going. And Rakovica, the Romanian naturalist, sarcastic and very funny, said something. I'd love to tell you it was a good joke. It wasn't. By every indication, it was the sort of thing that would have got a groan on a Tuesday in Antwerp, delivered by a man standing in a fur hat in the dark, on a piece of frozen ocean, while the last light any of them would see for months drained off the northern sky. Something dry, something about the accommodation, something about the view being better in Bucharest. And they laughed. All of them. Out loud, on the ice, in 27 below, on the 17th of May, 1898. Not because it was funny. Because a man had made a noise into that silence that was shaped like a joke, and every one of them was so grateful for it that they laughed with their whole chests, and the laugh went out across the ice, and there was nothing out there to bounce it back. That's Rakowitza's job, and he did it for a year, and he had just started. Now, the other thing they had, and it's the important one, they had the date. This is the piece I want to put in your hand, because the men on that ice had it, and it was the only solid object in the entire situation. The dark was not a mystery. The dark was arithmetic. Because the Earth's tilt is a known quantity. It was known in 1898 to more decimal places than anyone needed. And the latitude was a known quantity. Lecointe had it out of the sky with a sextant to within a few hundred meters, and could have it again tomorrow. And if you have those two numbers, then the length of the night at that spot on the Earth is not a matter of opinion, or hope, or endurance, or God. It is a sum. It was in the tables. The tables were in a book, and the book was on the ship, and any man aboard who wanted the answer could have it in about 4 minutes. Roughly 70 days. About 1600 hours. The sun back over the northern edge, around the 23rd of July. Nobody had to compute it in a moment of drama. Nobody stood up and announced it. It simply was the case, the way the tide is the case, and everybody aboard knew it, and men who could not say 6 words to each other in a shared language could all say that number. 70 days. Think about what that is, though, standing out there. It's not comfort, exactly. 70 days of that is not a thing you can look at directly. But it is finite, and finite is the whole gift. There is a bottom to it. It ends on a date that was already fixed before any of them were born, and it will end on that date, whether they are well or ill, brave or terrified, sane or not, whether they deserve it or don't, whether they believe in it or don't. The sun is coming back on the 23rd of July because of the tilt of the Earth, and the tilt of the Earth has never once been interested in anyone's opinion. That is the coldest possible source of hope, and it was the best one available, and they took it. Cook wrote about it before it happened. That's the thing about Cook. He was always writing about it before it happened. He had wintered in the north. He knew what was coming. And so, all through the approach, he had been putting down the dread in his own hand, while it was still light enough to write by. The sunless winter of storm, he wrote, of unimaginable cold, of heart-destroying depression. The darkness, he wrote, which is soon to throw the icy splendors into a hopeless, sooty gloom. And then the line that is the best sentence anyone on that ship ever wrote, a doctor, describing weather, and getting all the way through the sentence before you notice he has stopped describing weather. The curtain of blackness which has fallen over the outer world of icy desolation has descended upon the inner world of our souls. I'm Grage. Then the men on the ice, one by one, in no order, with nothing decided, turned around and went back to the ship. Somebody was quicker to snap than he'd have been in April. Somebody took something the wrong way. It was nothing. It was less than nothing. A word about a lamp, a shoulder in a doorway. It went past and was forgotten and left a mark you couldn't see. They went below and they shut the hatch on a sky that was still faintly burning in the north, and it would go on burning for hours, and then for days, dimmer. And then one night, a man would come up on deck, and there would be nothing at all up there but stars. The first days of June, 1898. The Belgica is somewhere in the Bellingshausen Sea, and nobody aboard knows exactly where. And Emil Rakovica, the Romanian naturalist, sarcastic and very funny, is sitting in a cupboard in the dark, drawing pictures of his friends. Let's start with what a day was, because there wasn't one. Here is the thing about the polar night that nobody expects until they're in it. The darkness isn't the problem. Darkness is fine. Human beings have sat in caves. The problem is that time comes apart. Every marker you use to know when you are, every single one, and you have never once had to think about any of them, is a light cue. You wake because it's light. You know it's late because it's dark. Noon has a look. 4 in the afternoon has a look. Take all of that away, all of it, for weeks, and what is left is 19 men in a wooden box with a clock on the wall that says 2:30 and means nothing, because 2:30 on the 16th of June was identical in every measurable respect to 2:30 on the 15th, and to 2:30 on the 17th, and to 2:30 in the morning. So men stopped sleeping properly. Not insomnia, worse than insomnia, and stranger. They slept in pieces. 3 hours here, this, then awake at what the clock insisted was 4 in the morning, wide awake, heart going. Then 2 hours in the afternoon, that wasn't an afternoon. The body has a clock in it, and that clock is set by light, and there was no light, so the clock ran free, every man on his own private schedule, drifting, so that at any given moment some of the crew were asleep and some were awake, and none of them agreed about what time it was, in a room where you could touch both walls. And the days did not go by. That's the horror of it, and it's a very quiet horror. They accumulated. There was nothing to mark time or disturb the gloom of the long black monotony, Cook's phrase, and he was a man who was watching it happen and writing it down while it happened to him. And he counted them. That was the one thing he never stopped doing. Not the days, because there weren't any, the nights. He counted the nights and wrote the number down, and the number went up. Now, the ship. 36 meters. 19 men. Frost on the timber, because breath and the stove put water into the air, and the air puts it back on the cold wood. So, the inside of the hull grew a fur of ice crystals that you slept next to and knocked off with your sleeve. Perpetually cold, damp, and crowded together. That's the description, and every word of it is doing work. Cold, damp, and crowded, always, permanently, with the same 18 other men, at close range, in the smell of it. Kerosene and whale oil in the lamps, wet wool, coal, tar. The galley, the men themselves, all of it sealed in and going nowhere. And you could not go outside. I mean, you could, and men did, but outside was 40 below, and black, and there was nothing out there. So, of course, tempers went. Of course they did. And here is where the language thing stopped being funny. 9 Belgians, who were 2 Belgiums. 6 Norwegians in the forecastle with Norwegian. Officers with French. An American with English and a few words of nothing. And in the dark, in the 3rd week of it, with nobody sleeping, a look across a table that means nothing at all becomes the only available evidence about what a man who cannot speak to you thinks of you, and you have 400 hours to consider it. Small disputes got large. Larger than they should have. Larger, in some cases, than anyone would have believed possible in August. And against all of that, this is the chapter. This is the actual chapter. The men made things up. Start with Rakovica in his cupboard, because he was the engine of it. Every evening, and I want you to notice that every evening was itself an invention, since there were no evenings. So, what it really means is that Rakovica had decided by force which part of the meaningless clock face was an evening and had made it stick. He went off to that tiny laboratory, the one the size of a modest bathroom that he shared with Arctovsky, and he sat down and he wrote his journal. And then he drew the crew. Caricatures, cartoons. Every man aboard, rendered by a man with a very sharp eye and a total absence of mercy, and the men waited for them. Waited. The word in the record is that they waited for them with impatience, which is a phrase I find almost unbearably moving when you understand that these are grown men, sailors and scientists and officers, in the 4th month of the ice, in a wooden ship at the bottom of the world, refreshing an empty inbox. And his favorite target, obviously, inevitably, the funniest possible choice, was Henryk Arctovsky, the earnest Polish scientist. The serious man doing serious work with a serious face, at the same bench, 18 inches away, for 2 years, unable to escape by any means available to physics. Arctovsky was the perfect target, because Arctovsky was earnest, and earnestness is the one substance that cannot defend itself against comedy. And he took it. That's the part. He took it every single time, and came back to the bench the next day, and did his work with his serious face, next to the man who had drawn him with it. That was a friendship. It doesn't look like one. It was one. Then, the cards. Cook, the American doctor, got the card games going in June, and here is the detail that tells you everything about what the human animal actually needs. The betting was imaginary. Nobody paid. Nobody could pay. There was no money, and nothing to buy, and no one to buy it from, and the nearest shop was on a different continent in a different hemisphere. So they bet fortunes. Enormous ones. Ruinous, catastrophic, life-destroying sums, staked and lost across a table in the dark, and men went to their bunks, owing each other amounts that would have bought the ship, and nobody ever paid a franc of any of it, and it worked. It worked perfectly. Because what the game gives you is not money. What the game gives you is stakes. It gives you a thing that matters for the next 20 minutes, an outcome you don't know, a future, a small manufactured strip of tomorrow in a place that had run out of tomorrows. And the music boxes. They had music boxes aboard, and they ground them. That's the verb. They ground them out. Over and over. The same handful of tunes. The same tinkling cylinder. In a room 10 feet wide. For months. Think about that from the point of view of the man who does not want to hear that tune again. There was nowhere for him to go. And they ground them anyway. Because a bad tune is a sound that was made by a person, and everything else you could hear was made by the ice. And then there was the beauty contest. This one belongs to Amundsen, Roald Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, the enormous silent one with the face like the north wall of something, the man who went off alone in Tierra del Fuego to find out what his own body could take. He proposed it. Somewhere in the middle of the dark, that man looked around at the officers of a scientific expedition and proposed that they go through the ship's library, through the illustrated journals, the periodicals, the accumulated magazines somebody had thought to bring, and find every picture of a woman in them and judge them. There were about 500 illustrations. Belle Epoque dancers and actresses, the celebrated faces of Paris and Vienna and Brussels, engraved into the pages of magazines that had been packed as reading material. And the officers of the Belgian Antarctic expedition, the navigator whose sights were unsurpassable, the geophysicist, the naturalist, the first mate, went through all 500 of them, systematically, in the dark, at the bottom of the world, and conducted a vote. Amundsen voted for Cléo de Merode. Now, you can hear that story two ways, and both of them are true, and I refuse to pick. The first way is that it is very funny. It is extremely funny. It's men being idiots, which is what men are for, and there is a deep comedy in the sheer procedural seriousness of it. A competition in the Antarctic with a shortlist. They knew it was ridiculous. That was the point. It was, in the phrase used of it, an exercise in self-deprecation, which means these men were laughing at themselves on purpose. And men who can still laugh at themselves this far in are not lost. The second way is that you look at 19 men in the dark, hundreds of miles from anything, with no radio, no letters, no voices, but each other's, sitting around a table going through 500 pictures of women's faces in a magazine. Not bodies. Faces. Looking at faces for hours and arguing about them and voting. They were starving. Not for food, that came later, and it came differently. They were starving for the ordinary, unremarkable, unnoticed traffic of being among people. The face of someone who is not one of the 18 men you are going to see for the rest of your life. The possibility of someone new. So they held a contest about it and made it a joke, because making it a joke was the only way to survive having the need at all. And Amundsen, 25, iron, silent. The last man on that ship you would expect to convene anything was the one who thought of it. The laugh came, and it was good, and the room was warm for a minute, in a way it hadn't been in weeks. And then it went quiet. And the quiet went on a beat longer than it should have, the way it had started doing lately. The joke ends, and there's the laugh, and then there is simply nothing next, because nobody has anything, and in the gap you can hear the ice, which is always there, crackling and groaning under the floor. Somebody wound the music box again, and Cook, going down the ship with his lamp the way he did, stopped at a bunk and looked at a man's ankles, and did not like what he saw. The first days of June 1898. The Belgica has not moved in 90-odd days, and Frederick Cook, the American doctor, the beard and the gold teeth, is sitting with his medical journal and a problem that will not hold still. He was the right man for this. That's what makes it hard to watch. Because Cook was a measurer. Everything about him, all his life, was the belief that if you look at a thing carefully enough and write down what you see, it will eventually tell you what it is. He'd gone to Greenland, and instead of pitying the Inuit, he had studied them, how they dressed, what they ate, and taken notes, and come home with knowledge nobody at his medical school had. That's who he was. Look, write it down, find the pattern. And in late March, before the dark, he had done something nobody had thought of. He had interviewed every man on the ship. Every officer, every seaman, one at a time, to find out what was wrong, what they were unhappy about, what they were afraid of, what was eating them. In 1898, 3/4 of a century before anybody had a word for what he was doing, an American ship's surgeon sat every man in a beset vessel down in a cabin and asked him how he was, and wrote down the answer. That is the man we are watching. And here is what was handed to him. The symptoms came slowly, and they came wrong. First, the puffiness. Men were swelling, around the eyes, around the ankles, a soft, doughy fullness, where a face should have had an edge to it. Cook wrote it down exactly. All seem puffy about the eyes and ankles. Then the gums. Gums going soft, going spongy, bleeding into a man's food, teeth loosening in their sockets. Then the skin, the color going out of it, everyone turning the same waxy candle color, which Cook noted was the color plants go when you grow them without light. He had the comparison right there. He wrote it down. And every one of those signs, on its own, was something he recognized. Every doctor in the maritime world recognized them. Bleeding gums, swollen limbs, that pallor, that lethargy, call it scurvy, the sailor's plague, for 400 years, and the British Navy had been beating it with lime juice for 50 of them. And that was not a matter for discussion in 1898. It was settled. It was so settled that the Belgica had gone down the Scheldt with case after case of lime juice in her hold, counted and lashed and stacked, which was the reason nobody had thought about it since. They had the cure. They had it in the hold. It was going out to the men. So, why were the hearts going? Because that's the thing that didn't fit. That's the seam Cook could not see, and he went at it for months. The hearts. Men's hearts were failing. Not old men, not sick men, sailors, and they were failing in a way that had nothing to do with any scurvy Cook had ever read about. A man would cross the cabin. 10 feet. He would cross 10 feet of cabin and sit down, and his pulse would be 110, and it would be irregular, stumbling, dropping beats, catching up, and he would be short of breath from having walked across a room. Cook wrote it down. He wrote, "The heart action is failing in force and is decidedly irregular." He wrote, "The heart is unsteady, easily disturbed, and mitral murmurs, and the breathing is often difficult." He listened to their chests with his ear, and he counted their pulses with his watch, and every number he wrote down was wrong in a way he could not account for. Because you can look at a man with bleeding gums and say, "Scurvy," and then you can put your fingers on his wrist and feel a heart that is not behaving like a scurvy heart at all. And both of those things are happening in the same body at the same time. And you have one name and 2 diseases, and no way on God's earth to know it. He called it polar anemia. That was his name for it. He built the name himself out of the 2 things he could see. They were at the pole, and they had gone pale. It's not a stupid name. It's the name of a careful man doing exactly what a careful man does, which is to describe what is in front of him. And it was wrong, and it was wrong in a way that no human being alive in 1898 could have corrected, because the knowledge did not exist. Not the Belgica didn't have it. Nobody had it. It was not in any book anywhere on this planet. And he knew something was wrong with his own answer. That's the terrible part. He was too good not to know. Listen to the sentence he wrote, because it is the whole chapter, and I want to put it down and leave it alone for a second. Scurvy had 1,000 remedies, which, in itself, is the best evidence that it is not understood. 1,000 remedies. Think about what he's actually saying. He's saying, look at the shelf. Look at how many cures we have for this. Vinegar and malt and sauerkraut and mustard and fresh air and exercise and lime juice and God knows what else. All of them sworn to by serious men, and a disease with 1,000 cures is a disease with none, because if any one of them worked, you would only need the one. That is a man in the dark, in the 4th month of the ice, holding the medicine of his entire century in his hands, and saying, out loud, in his own journal, I do not think we know what we are doing. And then going back out to the bunks anyway. Because that's what he did. He had no answer, and he went down the ship every day, regardless, with his lamp, and took the pulses, and looked at the gums, and asked the questions in whatever handful of words he shared with each man, and wrote all of it down in a notebook, a meticulous, careful, beautiful record of a thing he could not name, kept daily, by a man who must have understood by June that he was mostly recording it rather than fixing it. He kept the card games running. That's the thing I want you to have. In the same weeks that Frederick Cook was writing in his journal that the men's hearts were failing in force and decidedly irregular, that same June, Frederick Cook was organizing the cards, dealing them out, running the imaginary fortunes. making a fuss about somebody's ruinous imaginary debt. 2 jobs, both impossible. The first was to find out what was killing them, and he could not do it. The second was to keep them alive in the other way, the way that doesn't show up in a post-mortem, to give 19 men something to do at 2:30 on a day that wasn't a day. And that one he could do, and so he did it, every night, with his hands, while the answer to the first one refused to come. He was not a cheerful man by nature. He had buried a wife and a child in 1 week when he was 25 years old. He was cheerful the way a man is who has decided to be, having seen the alternative up close. So, cards at the table, and, in his pocket, a notebook full of failing hearts. And out past the timber, the ice went on doing what it did, and the dark had 50-odd days left in it, by the arithmetic, and men crossed the cabin and had to sit down. In the next bunk, Danko, the Belgian geophysicist with the weak heart, de Gerlach's dearest friend, had stopped coming to the table. The 5th of June, 1898. The Belgica has not moved in 94 days, and Adrien de Gerlach, the Belgian commandant, 31, the aristocratic dreamer, is sitting beside his friend's bunk. He had been sitting there a good deal lately. Let me tell you about Emile Danko, because you have met him twice now, and both times he was walking up a gangplank, and that is not enough. Danko was the Belgian geophysicist with a weak heart, and he was de Gerlach's dearest friend in the world, and he was the first man to say yes. I want to keep putting that in front of you, because it is the whole chapter. Before there was a ship, before there was money, before Parliament, before the school children and their coins, when the entire Belgian Antarctic expedition was one bookish naval officer on a ferry bridge with an idea that his own country thought was silly, Emile Danko said yes. He didn't say yes because he wanted the bottom of the world. There is no evidence Danko ever lay awake wanting Antarctica. He said yes because his friend asked him, and because his friend needed one person in the world to not laugh, and Danko was that person, and he did it first, before it was safe or funded or real. That is why he was in that bunk. Not the ice, not the dark. The reason Emile Danko was dying in a wooden ship at 71 degrees south was that a man he loved had asked him to come years ago in a room in Belgium, and he had said yes without asking any of the questions a sensible man asks. And Adrien de Gerlach was sitting beside him and had worked all of that out some time ago, and there was nowhere to put it. The heart had been failing for months. It had always been a bad heart. He'd carried it his whole life, a defect in the valves, the kind of thing a man knows about himself and manages and does not mention. He had come to the Antarctic with it, which tells you something about him that he'd never have said out loud. By March he was short of breath. By May he was grave. And in the way of that winter, nobody could tell you which of the things happening to him was the thing killing him. His heart was bad, that much was known, that much he'd brought aboard with him. But every man on that ship had a heart that was misbehaving now. Every man was puffy about the eyes. And so, The question of where Danko's own old trouble ended and the ship's new trouble began was not a question anyone could answer. And Cook, the American doctor, the beard and the gold teeth, went at it for weeks with his watch and his ear and his notebook, and did not get it, and could not have got it. What Cook did instead was change the rota. That's the departure I want to give you, and it's small, and it's everything. Because somewhere in the last stretch, Frederick Cook stopped expecting Danko to get better. He never said it. He wrote it down privately, in a doctor's hand, in the way a doctor does, and then the thing you can actually see him do in the record of that ship is a series of quiet, administrative adjustments. He moved men's duties around so that somebody was always near that bunk. He found reasons for people to be in that part of the ship. He came by more often, and stayed longer, and asked fewer questions. And this is the detail that undoes me. He stopped writing things down in front of him. He had been taking notes at every bunk for months. Pulse, gums, ankles, breath. It was who he was. It was the only tool he had. And at some point, he started leaving the notebook in his pocket when he sat with Danko, because a man watching a doctor write things down about him is a man being measured, and a man being talked to is a man being visited, and Cook had decided which of those Danko was going to get for the time that was left. He couldn't cure him. So he went and got the other thing. The thing that was in his gift. And here is the hour I want you to have, because it happened, in some form, on some day, in that last stretch, in a cold wooden room with a lamp in it. Two men who had known each other since before any of this was real, talking. 'Cause what do you talk about? Not the ice. God, not the ice. You talk about Belgium. You talk about the rooms, the endless committee rooms, the waistcoats, the man who fell asleep during the presentation, the society dinner, where somebody's wife asked whether the Antarctic was near Iceland. You talk about the day the subscription list came in, and the two of you counted the coins. You do the voices. You have done these bits 100 times, and they are not funny anymore, and that is precisely why they work. Because a joke you have told each other 100 times is not a joke. It is a place you can both go and be in at the same time. And Danko said something funny. He was, by the accounts of the men around him, capable of it right to the end. The wit going on running in a body that was giving up underneath it, which is one of the strangest mercies the species has. And his friend laughed. In that room, in June, in the dark, in the 4th month of the ice, with the lamp going, and the cold coming through the timber, and a sound in the walls, neither of them mentioned any more. That happened. That is a real hour that really occurred, and it is the reason this chapter is not the worst one in the story. Then somebody would lift him a little, or turn him, or put a hand behind his head, and hold a cup so he could drink. A physical kindness, of the kind that has no dignity in it at all, and is therefore the only kind that counts. Men did that for him. His friend did that for him. He was not alone. Not for 1 hour of it. On the loneliest ship in the history of the world, in the middle of the longest night any human being had ever attempted, Emil Danko was not alone for a single hour, because the men around him would not let it happen. And on the 5th of June, 1898, he died. That's it. That's how it went. There was no scene. There was no last word for anybody to carry home and repeat, or if there was, nobody wrote it down. And I am not going to invent one for you, because the men who were in that room deserve better than that. A heart that had been failing for months stopped failing, and simply stopped, in a bunk, in a wooden ship, in the dark, with his friend beside him. And then the room was very still. I want to stay in that stillness for a second, because it is the actual thing, and everybody skips it. There is a moment after a death in a small room where nothing has been arranged yet. Nobody has been told. Nothing has been decided. The lamp is still lit because it was lit a minute ago. The cup is where it was, and the man sitting in the chair is not grieving yet. Grief needs a bit of a run-up. He is just sitting in a room that has changed its category without changing anything you could point at. And out past the timber, the ice went on with what it was doing, exactly as it had been doing it an hour before, with no adjustment of any kind. Cook wrote that Danko's death cast the crew into a spell of despondency, and that is the sentence of a man being careful. What it meant on that ship was this: every man aboard had spent 4 months privately negotiating with the idea that this might kill him, and every man had privately concluded that it probably wouldn't, because that is what a mind does in order to keep working. And on the 5th of June, the negotiation ended. It turned out that the thing could actually do it. It had just done it to a man they had eaten breakfast with, and there were 18 of them left, and no obvious reason why the number should stop there. Everyone feared they'd be next. That's the record. Not some. Everyone. And in the middle of it, the one man who could not treat it as an abstract question at all was sitting in a cabin, being the person who had asked Emil Danko to come. He had wanted this. That was the trouble. He had wanted it on the ferry bridge in the fog, and in the committee rooms, and through the 2 years of being told to come back next year. And he had wanted it so completely that he had spent a decade of Tuesdays buying it, and every single thing he had wanted had arrived. The ship, the money, the strait with the mountains coming out of the water. All of it delivered exactly as ordered. And this. Nobody said any of that to him, and he did not say it to anybody, and there is no diary entry where he sets it out, and I am not going to tell you what was in his head, because I don't know, and neither did anyone on that ship. I can tell you he did not come out for a while. And then there was a body on a ship where there was no ground to put it in, and 18 living men, and a thing that had to be done. The 7th of June, 1898. It is noon, and it is dark, and Adrien de Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, 31, the aristocratic dreamer, is standing on the sea ice, watching men cut a hole in the floor of the world. Here's what noon looked like. It wasn't black, not quite, not at midday in June, not yet. It was a deep, cold, ink-blue twilight, sitting low over the north, where the sun was doing whatever it was doing on the far side of the earth, just enough to put a rim on things, just enough that a man was a shape and not a rumor. Cook called it the obscurity of the midday twilight, which is the correct phrase and the right amount of it. That was the light they had. And they went out into it, and they started cutting. Now, understand what they were actually doing, because it takes a long time, and the length of it is the point. The ice under that ship was about 2 meters thick. 7 feet. That is not a surface, it is a floor, and it is the hardest floor there is, and 18 men were going to make a hole through it with hand tools. Ice saws, long-bladed things, you work in a rhythm, 2 men to a saw, sawing straight down into frozen sea. Axes for the corners, chisels, somebody clearing the slush out of the cut before it froze over again behind them, because it was cold enough that the cut wanted to heal while you were still making it, and if you stopped, you lost ground. That is hours of work. Hours, and look at who's doing it. These are not well men. This is the 7th of June, 1898, 21 days into the dark, 3 months in the ice, and this is a crew whose gums are bleeding, whose ankles are swollen, whose hearts go to 110, crossing a cabin. Cook has been writing in his journal that the heart action is failing in force and is decidedly irregular. These men could not walk 10 feet without sitting down. And they went out into 30-odd below in the blue dark and sawed a hole through 7 feet of sea ice by hand, for hours, taking turns, spelling each other when a man had to stop, and then going back to it. For a man who could not know they were doing it. That's the thing. That's the whole thing. Emil Danko was past caring. There is no version of this in which the labor helps him. It is not medicine. It is not rescue. It is not necessary. You could have put him over the side in 10 minutes. Nobody suggested it. 18 exhausted sick men went out and did hours of the hardest physical work available on that ship, in the cold, in the dark, for a man who would never know, because it was right. Every minute of that sawing was love. That's all it was. It doesn't look like love. It looks like work. It was love. Then they carried him out. They brought him up from below and out onto the ice, and they had weighted him the way you have to at sea, so that he would go down and stay down. And they put the Belgian flag over him. Think about that flag for a moment. It had been packed in Antwerp by people who had a completely different idea of what it was for. It was for planting. It was for the photograph, the flag at the bottom of the world, the little country in the big century, the thing the school children's coins had bought. That is what a national flag is doing on a national expedition. And here it was, at noon in the blue dark, doing the other job. The older job. Covering a man. De Gerlache stood there. He had recruited every person present. He had asked Danko first, years ago, and Danko had said yes first. And now, he was standing on frozen sea, watching him go under his country's flag with a hole in the ice and nothing else to say. And they lowered him in. The water in that hole was black. Not dark, black, the way water is when there is no light anywhere above it to give back. He went down into it, and the men held the ropes and let them run, and then there was nothing there but a hole in the ice with black water in it, and a flag being folded up by somebody's cold hands, and 18 men standing round it in the blue. Somebody said something. There would have been words, there always are. That is what the species does. Somebody read something, or spoke, and probably in French, and possibly nobody in the forecastle understood a word of it, and it did not matter in the slightest, because the point of the words was never the words. And then, in Cook's phrase, and it is the best 4 words anyone produced on that voyage, and I want to just set them down and not touch them. The flow drifted on. Because it did. Of course it did. The ice they were standing on was moving a few miles a day on a current nobody had mapped, and it had been moving the whole time, during the cutting, during the flag, during whatever was said. Emile Danco went into the sea at a position, and the position was written down, and by morning the ship was somewhere else, and the hole was somewhere else, and the sea underneath was somewhere else again. He is still down there. He never came home. There is a coast named for him, and an island, and a small rock going round the sun between Mars and Jupiter, with his name on it, and none of those are where he is. Where he is under a piece of drifting water in the Bellingshausen Sea, wrapped in the flag of a small country that a friend of his once talked into doing something ridiculous. And the men went back aboard, and got out of their wet wool, and there was nothing else to be done that day. Here's what I want you to have out of that hour, though. And it's not sadness, and I'd ask you to take it seriously, because it is the most human thing in this entire story. They didn't have to do any of it. There was no one to see. There was no priest, no family, no press, no country. The nearest human being who was not on that ship was 2,000 miles away and did not know they existed. Nobody would ever have known if they had done it quickly and badly and gone back inside where it was warm. Not one person on Earth would have found out. And instead, 18 sick men in the dark did it properly. They cut the hole by hand for hours. They found the flag. They said the words. They did the whole thing correctly, in the cold, for an audience of nobody, because a burial is the thing our species invented for exactly this, and we invented it a very long time ago. And it works. It does not fix anything, and it works. That's not despair. That is the opposite of despair. That is 18 men insisting at 71 degrees south, in the dark, in the middle of the longest night anyone had ever attempted, that a man is not a thing you simply put over the side. Now, the other thing that happened in that week, and I need you to hear it the right way round. Both de Gerlache and Lecointe, the Belgian captain, amiable and firm, were gravely ill by now. Not tired. Ill, in the way the rest of them were ill, with the swelling and the gums and the hearts. and de Gerlache had gone to his cabin with migraines and a fatigue that would not lift, and he was not coming out much. And both men, separately, sat down and wrote out their wills. Now, you can hear that as the end of something. The commandant and the captain, the two men in charge, the professionals, the ones with the rank, sitting in a wooden ship in the dark writing out their wills, because they had both privately concluded they were not going to see Belgium again. As a piece of information about morale on the Belgica in June of 1898, it is about as bad as information gets. But go and look at what a will actually is. A will is a letter. That's all it is. It is a letter to people you love about who gets the house and who looks after your mother and what you'd like done. And it is written by someone who has understood that he will not be there to see it done and is arranging it anyway. So picture the actual thing. A small desk in a small cabin. A lamp because there is no other light and there won't be for weeks. A man who is sick and cold and who has a headache that has not stopped for days and who has just buried his closest friend under a flag. And he gets out paper. And he writes carefully. That's the part. He takes trouble over it. The handwriting, the wording, the order of things, because it has to be right, because someone in Belgium is going to have to read this and act on it, and he is not going to be there to explain what he meant. He is not writing it because he has given up. He is writing it because there are people at home whose lives will be worse if he does this badly, and he can still, from here, from a wooden ship at the bottom of the world, with no radio and no post and no way to send it, do one last piece of work on their behalf. It might take a year to reach them. It might take never. He writes it anyway, in a good hand, in a cold room, so that somebody at home will be all right. That is not a man surrendering. That is a man doing his job with the last of himself, for people he will never see. And it is also, and both of these are true, and neither cancels the other, the commandant of the Belgian Antarctic expedition, alone in his cabin, putting his affairs in order. The men did not know. That's the last thing. Nobody in that forecastle knew that both of the officers at the top of this ship had written their wills. They only knew that the commandant wasn't around much. In the forecastle, a man had begun listening to the others' conversations more carefully than he used to. Late June, 1898. The Belgica is drifting somewhere nobody can point to, and Frederick Cook, the American doctor, the beard and the gold teeth, is going down the length of the ship with a lamp. A few days before, he had written a number in his journal. 35 long, dayless nights have passed. 35. He knew what that meant better than he wanted to. It meant they were at the middle. It meant the tables said roughly 70, and 35 is half of 70. And so, this, right here, this exact stretch of nothing, was the bottom of it. Everything before had been going down. Everything after would be coming up. And you could not tell the difference from inside, because the bottom of a polar night does not look like anything. It looks like the top of one. And this is where I have to slow down, because what was happening on that ship in those weeks was not loud. That's the thing nobody expects. Nothing lunged. There was no scene, no shouting, no man with an axe. If you had been lowered onto that ship at that moment, you would have found 19 men, 18 now, being extremely quiet, and it would have taken you a day or two to understand that anything was wrong at all. And then, you would not have been able to stop understanding it. Men sat still for long periods. That was the main symptom, and it is the whole horror. Men sat in the wardroom, in the forecastle, at a bench, in a lab, and did not move, and did not read. De Gerlache himself said the reading had stopped, that the library they had brought for exactly this was no use to them, because the words went in and did not do anything, and did not talk, and looked at a spot in the air about 12 feet away in a room 10 feet wide. Cook had a name for that look, and the name has outlived everyone who wore it. The Antarctic stare. He went down the ship with his lamp, and he took the pulses, and he looked at the gums, and he asked the questions, and men answered him, or they didn't, and he wrote it down. Fatigue. Hostility. Memory going, men forgetting things, mid-sentence, in front of him. A slowness, a thickness, in men who had been quick in August. Hearts still going at nothing. And in the hold, in the coldest part of the ship, where nobody had any reason to be, there was a man sitting in the dark. Now, let me take you inside, because he is owed that, and because everything you have heard so far in this chapter has been the view from outside, a thing, and the outside of it is a lie. Adam Tollefsen, the Norwegian who had sailed in ice all his life. Go and look at the crew list again. He is the last name on it you would pick. Not a boy. Not a passenger. Not one of the scientists who had never been anywhere. A professional, a seaman, hard, experienced, a man chosen precisely because he knew ice, who had been in ice before and come home from it, which is a thing most of the men aboard could not say. Here's what it was like. He noticed something. That's how it starts, not with a delusion, with an observation, and the observation was correct. He noticed that the Belgians stopped talking when he came into a room. And they did. That is a true fact about that ship. Because he had no French, he had Norwegian, and the officers had French, and the Belgians had French, and their own arguments in two Belgiums, and Tollefsen came down the companionway into a room where a conversation was going on that he could not follow, and the conversation adjusted itself, the way conversations do when someone joins them. That happened. He saw it. He was right. Then he noticed that they looked at each other. And they did. People do. 18 men in a wooden box for 4 months look at each other constantly, and it means nothing whatsoever, except that when you cannot understand a single word being said, a look is the only data you have, and a look is enough to build almost anything out of. So he built it. Carefully. He was a careful man. You don't survive in ice by being careless. and he did what a careful man does, which is assemble evidence. The stopping, the looks, the word. Because there was a word. It was chose. It's French. It means thing. It is one of the most common words in the language. It means almost nothing at all. It is what you say when you can't be bothered to say what you mean. Pass me the thing. Where's the thing? That thing there. And it went past him 40 times a day, in a language he did not have, in the mouths of men, who went quiet when he entered. And Adam Tollefson worked out what it meant. It meant kill. Now sit with that for a second, and do not laugh, because it holds. That's the thing. Follow it through. If you cannot understand the language, and you notice that a particular word keeps recurring, and the men saying it stop saying it when you appear, then that word is about you. That's not madness. That's a reasonable inference from the available evidence. It is what a careful man concludes. Every single step of that chain is sound. The only thing wrong with it is the whole thing. So he stopped going where they were. He kept out of the wardroom and the mess and the places where the talking happened, because that was tactical. He found the corners. He went down into the hold, in the coldest part of the ship, among the rats and the stores, where the light didn't reach, and where nobody could get behind him. And he sat there, and he did not sleep much, and he listened. And what he listened to was the ice, that sound, the one in the walls, the one that never stopped for an hour of that entire year, and which every other man aboard had long since filed away as weather. He could not file it. It came through the hull at him all night, groaning and working, and it was not weather anymore. It was the sound of the thing outside, and the men above, and he sat under it with his back to the timber, and he was terrified, in a way none of the rest of them were, and the terror was correct. It was based on evidence. He had checked. Le Corinte wrote that he had delusions of grandeur and mad terrors. That's what it looked like from the outside. From the inside, it was a professional seaman, in a hold, doing threat assessment, with the best information available to him. He couldn't work. He flinched when men came near. He left his post. He got wild-eyed and would not be reasoned with, and there was no reasoning available anyway, because the men who would have had to do the reasoning were the men in the plot. And Cook came down there with his lamp, and looked at him, and found nothing. Nothing at all. No fever, no injury, no wound, nothing broken, nothing he could name. A strong Norwegian seaman with an unremarkable pulse, sitting in the dark, absolutely certain. And there was not one thing in the medical knowledge of the 19th century that Frederick Cook could do about it. He was not the only one. A Belgian sailor got up, at some point that winter, and walked off the ship. He announced that he was going back to Belgium, and he went down over the side onto the ice and started walking, and Belgium was 6,000 miles away across a frozen sea in the dark. And he had worked out that he would walk there. They went and got him. Knudsen, the Norwegian able seaman, began to come apart in his own way. At least 2 men aboard were, by any measure anybody wanted to use, insane. And then there was Jan van Mierlo, young, Belgian, cheerful, the man in the Antwerp list who had come up the gangplank grinning. He woke up one morning and could not hear, and could not speak. That is how it is reported, and that is how I am going to report it. There was nothing wrong with him. He had not been struck, or fallen, or taken ill in any way anyone could find. He had gone to sleep, able to hear and to speak, and he woke up with neither, and he found a scrap of paper, and he wrote on it that he could not hear and could not speak, and he handed it to someone. Cook examined him and found no physical damage. None. He looked for it. He was a thorough man, and he looked properly, and there was nothing there to find. And the young Belgian sailor sat in front of him with a piece of paper, deaf and mute, and perfectly healthy. He got his voice back after about a week. And one of the first things he used it for was to threaten to murder a superior officer. I'm going to leave that where it is. Somewhere in the quiet of those same weeks, Nansen died. The cat. The ship's cat, the one, Johan Koren, the cabin boy, 17 years old, had carried up the gangplank at Antwerp under one arm, along with his kit, named after the great Norwegian, because obviously it was. The cat who had taken one look at Belgium in August and gone below to the engine room to find the warmest spot on the ship, and had held that opinion of the tropics, and had been, for most of a year, the only member of the expedition with no opinions about the Antarctic whatsoever. The dark got him too. He went strange in it, the way the men did, withdrawn, off his food, growling at people he had known for a year, sleeping and sleeping and sleeping. And then, in the last week of June, he died, and they buried him in the ice. And Koren was 17. They left him alone to do it. That's the part. Nobody made a thing of it, and nobody explained to a 17-year-old that it was only a cat, and nobody was brisk with him about it, because every man on that ship knew exactly what he was burying, and none of them were going to say so. Around this time, in the little laboratory, Henryk Arctowski, the earnest Polish scientist, the serious man doing serious work with a serious face, sat down with his diary. He was a scientist. His whole professional life was the accurate description of observed conditions. And he wrote down what he had observed. We are in a madhouse. That's their word, not ours. Nobody put it in a title. Nobody sold it. Nobody was being literary. A Polish geologist, in a cupboard at the bottom of the world, at the middle of the dark, wrote down the plainest and most accurate sentence available to him about where he was. And Frederick Cook picked up his lamp and went and did his rounds. That's how the chapter ends, because that is how the day ended, every day, for weeks. He could not fix Tollefson. He could not find anything wrong with Van Mierlo. He could not tell anybody what the sickness was. He had no cure, no diagnosis, no answer, and no authority to do anything about any of it. So he took the lamp, and he went down the length of the ship, and he stopped at every bunk. He checked the pulses that raced at nothing. He looked at the ankles. He asked the men, in whatever fragment of language he shared with each one, how they were, and got back either nothing or a lie, and he wrote it all down in his notebook. And in that notebook, among the pulse readings and the symptoms, there was a number, and every morning Frederick Cook made that number one smaller. Because the tables gave a date, and he was still counting. Lecointe could not feel his legs. He crawled to the doctor's bunk. July 1898. The Belgica has been frozen fast for 4 months, and Frederick Cook, the American doctor, the beard and the gold teeth, is looking at a captain who has crawled to him across a floor. Georges Lecointe, the Belgian captain, amiable and firm, the man who actually ran this ship. 28 years old. The finest navigator aboard, whose sights were called unsurpassable, the man who could take a star and put you on the earth to within a few hundred meters. The man who, in a gale in January, had himself lowered on a rope into the Southern Ocean to try to reach a buoy on a log line, and got close enough to see his face. He could not walk. His legs had stopped being his. So he had come to the doctor the only way left, which was on his hands, across the deck of a ship at the bottom of the world, and he told Cook, in a phrase that has come down to us attributed and unverifiable and entirely believable, that death was creeping up on him from his feet. And Cook looked at him and did not know what he was seeing. I want to be honest about that, because it is easy to make this the moment the hero arrives. He didn't know. He could not tell whether he was looking at a man in the last stage of the sickness, or a man whose mind had done to his legs what Van Mierlo's mind had done to his voice. Those are the two possibilities, and they require opposite responses, and there was no test. He had a watch, and an ear, and a notebook full of observations that had never once resolved into an answer. Now, somewhere in this same stretch, and nobody can give you the day, because there wasn't one, the ship changed hands. Here's how it happened. De Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, 31, the aristocratic dreamer, was in his cabin, ill, with the migraines and the fatigue, and had been for weeks. Lecointe was on the floor. That is the entire command structure of the Belgian Antarctic expedition. The man who conceived it and the man who ran it, both down. And the ship kept running. That's the reversal, and I'm not going to dress it up, because the whole force of it is that nothing happened. There was no meeting. Nobody was relieved. No one stood up in the wardroom and said the words. There is no document, no order, no entry in any log that says, "Command of this expedition passed on the 22nd of July, 1898, from the Belgian commandant to an American ship's surgeon and a 25-year-old Norwegian mate." It just did. One morning the men who were deciding things were Cook and Amundsen, and the men who had been deciding things were in their bunks, and everybody knew, and nobody said. A 9-year dream, 500,000 francs, a national subscription, the king's blessing, and the command of it changed hands in the dark, with no ceremony at all. Because there was work to do, and 2 men were doing it. Now the fight. Because this next part was a fight, and it had been going on for months. Cook knew what would save them. he had known since before the ice. He had wintered in Greenland with Peary in 91, and he had not spent that year being sorry for the Inuit. He had spent it watching them. And the thing he had watched, the thing that no medical school in America was teaching, and that he had brought home in his head like contraband, was what they ate. Fresh meat. Raw, or barely touched by heat. Seal. And they did not get scurvy. They lived in the ice all their lives, on a diet that would have horrified every physician in New York, and the sailor's plague did not touch them. So Cook was certain. Fresh, raw penguin and seal would stop this. He was right. He was completely right, and here is the trap he was in, and it is the best and cruelest thing in this story. He could not say why. Because the reason was vitamin C, and vitamin C did not exist. Not, hadn't been isolated, did not exist as an idea. Nobody on Earth in 1898 had the concept of a trace substance in food whose absence makes you bleed. It was decades away. So Frederick Cook stood in front of the commandant of a scientific expedition, an expedition funded by a government, specifically to do science, staffed with serious men, stocked with the accumulated confidence of the greatest naval century in history. And he had, as his argument, I saw some people do this once, and they were fine. That's it. That's what he had. No mechanism, no evidence, no paper, nothing you could put in front of a committee. And on the other side of the argument was the lime juice. The lime juice was in the hold. Cases of it, counted and lashed and stacked at Antwerp. The British Navy had beaten scurvy with lime juice for 50 years, and everybody knew it, and it was as settled as anything in medicine. And what was good enough for the Royal Navy was good enough for Belgium. That was not a debate anyone was having. De Gerlache had tried the penguin and seal. He found it disgusting. He blamed the cooking, at least partly. Poor Michaud, the Belgian steward and cook, with his galley the size of a wardrobe, being handed a penguin and asked to do something about it, and he found the whole business repellent, and he forbade the crew to eat it. And you cannot even call that unreasonable. Look at it from his chair. He has the tin stores that a nation bought. He has the lime juice that 50 years of naval medicine endorses. And he has an American with gold teeth who cannot speak French, who has already given the sickness a name that isn't working, telling him that the actual cure is to eat a raw seabird. So the men didn't eat it. For months. And here is the man standing in the corner of the room the whole time. Roald Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, ate it. Raw. He had been eating it from early on. Nobody made him. He had gone off alone in Tierra del Fuego to find out what his own body could take, with nobody watching and nobody keeping score. Because he had decided that his body was a piece of equipment he intended to rely on, and he wanted its tolerances, and here was a man with a theory about polar diet, and here was a supply of polar diet, and Amundsen ran the experiment on the only subject he trusted. And he stayed well. Comparatively, visibly, boringly well, all through the worst of it, at a table full of men whose gums were bleeding. nobody looked at him. That's the human part. The evidence was sitting in the room, eating its dinner, in plain sight, for months, and 18 men managed not to draw the conclusion, because the conclusion was disgusting, and the alternative was a case of lime juice that everybody already believed in. Then Lecoint came across the floor on his hands, and Cook made the bet. Because that's what it was. He put the captain on raw penguin fillet and understand what he was staking. He did not know if Lecoint was dying of the sickness or of his own mind. He had already been wrong about the diagnosis. He knew that. He had written it down himself, that a disease with 1,000 remedies is a disease nobody understands. And he took the finest navigator in the southern hemisphere, who could not stand up, and fed him raw meat on the strength of something he had watched other people do 6 years earlier, and could not explain to anybody. If he was wrong, Lecoint died, and he died of the doctor's opinion. Lecoint recovered in days. Days. Not weeks. The man who had been on the floor, who had told Cook that death was coming up from his feet, got his legs back inside a week, and stood up, and went back to work. And that was the argument. That was the whole argument, finally, after months. Not Greenland, not the Inuit, not one word Cook had ever said in French, or English, or anything else. A captain walking. Men watched Georges Lecoint cross a cabin on his own legs, and every man aboard did the arithmetic in about a second and a half, and the resistance ended. They lined up for it. They still hated it. Let me be extremely clear about that, because this is where the story wants to go soft, and it must not. The stuff was foul, the smell of it, the black, greasy texture of it, the taste, which men described in terms that do not translate politely. Men gagged. Men could not keep it down and had to start again. And Cook stood over them while they did it. He stood there and made grown men eat a thing that revolted them, one mouthful at a time, and did not leave until they had. That is coercion. There is no other word for it. It is also the least glamorous act of love in this entire story, and it is the reason most of them came home. And in the middle of it, Amundsen, deadpan, at the table, with his plate, offered the view that penguin beef is absolutely excellent, and that you have the most delicious steak you could wish for. He meant it. That's the joke. Every man at that table was choking the stuff down like medicine, and holding his nose about it. And the enormous silent Norwegian, with the face like the north wall of something, genuinely enjoyed his dinner, and could not entirely see what everyone was making such a fuss about. And de Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, 31, the aristocratic dreamer, who had banned it, who had trusted the lime juice, who had been wrong in front of everybody, got up out of his cabin and came to the table and ate it himself. Late July, 1898. The Belgica is where she has been for 5 months, and Roald Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, is walking in a circle around his ship for the 400th time. That's the chapter. I want to be honest with you about that up front, because you are expecting something else. There is no scene here. Nothing happens in this chapter, and its being the chapter where nothing happens is precisely why they lived. Here is what Frederick Cook, the American doctor, the beard and the gold teeth, did with the command he had never been given. He did not have a plan. He had a routine, and he enforced it like a religion. Every man walked 1 hour every day around the ship. A fixed circuit on the ice, out from the hull, round and back, the same track, the same distance, at the same time, on a clock that meant nothing, in the dark, in the cold, whether you wanted to or not. And you did not want to. Nobody wanted to. It was 30 below and black, and there was nothing out there to see, and nothing to walk toward, and the whole thing was, on the face of it, completely absurd. 18 men walking a ring around a ship that could not move, in the middle of a frozen sea, going nowhere, on purpose, every single day. They called it the Madhouse Promenade. They named it themselves. Cook's own phrase, on the ship, in the winter of 1898. A name for the daily hour in which the crew of the Belgica walked in a circle in the dark, because their doctor had worked out that men who stop moving in a place like this do not start again. So the track wore in. That's the detail that gets me. 18 men, walking the same ring, day after day, packed the snow down until there was a path, a proper worn path, on the sea, in the middle of the Bellingshausen Sea, going round and round and round, and arriving nowhere. And it drifted with them. The path went where the ship went, a few miles a day, on a current nobody had mapped, and the men walked it. Amundsen walked it. And here's what he was doing while he walked, which is the thing about that winter that nobody noticed at the time. He was watching Cook. He had come aboard for 2 reasons: his skipper's ticket and, privately, told to nobody, because there was going to be a long polar night down here, and he wanted to see what it did to men. He had wanted to take notes. Well, he was taking them. Just not on the subject he'd expected. Because the interesting thing on that ship was not the dark. The dark was simple. The interesting thing was a restless American with gold teeth who had arrived in a boat in Rio, whom nobody had wanted, who could not speak the language, who had been wrong about the diagnosis for 6 months, and who had somehow got 18 men eating raw penguin and walking in a circle, and had thereby done the only thing on that ship that was working. Amundsen was 25. He was not sentimental, and he was not warm, and he wrote almost nothing down about his feelings, ever. But his diary from that winter is not the diary of a man enduring something. It is the diary of an apprentice. Watch what he's collecting. Fresh meat beats tinned stores, and the authorities are wrong about it. Routine is not morale decoration. Routine is the load-bearing wall. Men die of stopping. The man with the rank is not necessarily the man to follow. Do the unglamorous thing every day, and do not make a speech about it. 25 years old, in the dark, walking a circle, learning his trade from a man everyone else had underestimated, including him, on the day the man came aboard. Then there was the stove. Cook had got it into his head that what these men were dying of was, in some part, he could not name, the absence of light. He had seen it in their color, the waxy pallor, and he had made the comparison in his own journal to what happens to a plant you grow in a cupboard. He could not give them the sun. The sun was a matter of arithmetic, and was not available for another few weeks, and nothing he did would move it by an hour. So he gave them the fire. He ordered the worst-off men to the stove. Not near it, at it, in front of it, in the heat and the light of it, for as long as he said, up to 3 times a day for the men in the worst way. The baking treatment, they called it, and Michotte kept it fed, and it roared. Picture that room. It is the only bright thing for 2,000 miles. There is a stove going hard in a wooden ship, and the light of it is orange and moving, and it is throwing that light up onto the timber and onto the faces of the sickest men aboard, and those faces are gaunt and bearded, and the color of candle wax, and the firelight puts a bit of life back into them that their own blood hasn't managed in a month. You can feel the heat arrive on your skin and stop at the edge of you. Your front cooks. Your back is still in the Antarctic. Nobody says anything. Men just sit in the glow of it with their eyes shut, drawn to it, the way anything alive is drawn to it, and take their hour. He was, without the faintest idea that he was doing it, running one of the first documented courses of light therapy in medical history. He thought he was substituting for the sun because he had nothing else. He was, and that is more or less what the treatment is. And it took the rest of the profession most of a century to catch up with a man improvising in front of a stove because his patients were the color of plants in a cupboard. And the regimen closed around all of it. Milk, cranberry sauce, fresh meat, penguin or seal, fried in oleomargarine by a Belgian steward who had by now made his peace with a great deal. Light exercise. No alcohol. The stove. The circuit. Every day the same. And the cards kept going, and the music boxes kept grinding, because Cook had never stopped either of them, not once, not in the worst of it. And then, one day, a man was hungry. That's the turn. That's the whole payoff of the chapter, and it is a man wanting his dinner. Somebody who had been pushing the stuff around his plate for weeks, eating it the way you take a pill, found that he was actually hungry, that his body had put in a request. The appetite came back. It came back before the men did, and it came back without asking anyone's permission, and it was the first vote of confidence anyone's body had cast since May. And then somebody made a joke. Nobody wrote down what it was. It was probably nothing. It was probably about the penguin, because everything was about the penguin, and it was probably not very good. And men laughed. And here's the thing, they all noticed at once, and it stopped them, the sound. They had not heard it in weeks. A room full of men laughing is a specific noise, and it had been gone so long that when it happened it was startling. Every man in that room heard it, and half of them looked up, because something had just occurred in the room that none of them had heard since before the sun went down. They were surprised by the sound of their own laughing. And then it went quiet again, the way it did, but not the same quiet. Something had been in the room. If you're finding some comfort in this, in the hours we spend here, in the quiet, a rating wherever you're listening helps this find the next person who needs it. That's all. It takes a moment, and then you can put your phone down and let this carry you off, which is rather the idea. Because here's where they were. Cook chalked a number on the bulkhead and changed it every morning. On the 23rd of July, if the tables were right, the sun came back. The 21st of July, 1898. The Belgica has been in the dark for 65 days, and Frederick Cook, the American doctor, the beard and the gold teeth, is up on the ice before anyone, looking at a fire in the sky that is not the sun. Let me tell you about the false one first, because it came first, and because it is better that way. Days before the real thing, in the last of the dark, a strange light came up in the east-southeast, a block of it, low, rectangular, a dull crimson glow sitting on the horizon like the mouth of a furnace left open in another room. It was not the sun. It was a mirage, a trick of cold air bending light around the curve of the earth, throwing up the ghost of a thing that was still below the edge of the world. But Cook stood and looked at it, and he wrote that a man feels, looking at that, the force of the superstitions of past ages, that he becomes, willingly, a worshipper of the eternal luminary. Read that again, because it's a doctor writing it. A man of the 19th century, a rationalist, a measurer, a taker of pulses, standing on frozen sea in the last of the longest night any human being had ever attempted, watching a crimson ghost of the sun on the horizon, and feeling the thing rise in him that made his ancestors build temples. He did not fight it. He wrote it down. He understood, in that moment, exactly why every people who ever lived worshipped the sun, because he was doing it himself, and he was a Brooklyn physician with gold teeth. That was the herald. And then, a day or two after, the thing itself. Every man had picked his spot. That's the part I want you to hold on to, because they had done it themselves weeks before, quietly. Each man had chosen where he was going to stand when it came, the way you choose a seat for something you have waited for your whole life, without knowing you were waiting. Some had gone out onto the pack, to a rise in the ice, a pressure ridge, a place with a clean line of sight to the north. Some stood on the deck, where they had stood 1,000 times. Nobody assigned the places. There was no order given. Men simply knew, each for himself, where he needed to be, and had known for weeks, and had told no one, because it was not a thing you said out loud. And when the tables said it was near, they climbed up out of the ship and onto the ice, and went to their places. 18 men spread out across the floe in the twilight, facing north, not talking, waiting. You could have counted them from a distance. Dark shapes on the white, all pointed the same way, like iron filings that had felt the magnet. There was nothing to say, and nobody said it. There was only the north, and the cold going into their boots, and the long grey twilight that had been all the light they'd had for weeks, and the waiting. And it came up over the edge of the world. just a sliver of it. Just the top curve of the disk, gold, breaking the horizon for a few minutes and then sliding back down under it. That was all the first day gave them. A few minutes of actual sun after 10 weeks of none. But listen to what those few minutes did. The color came back. I have to slow down here, because this is the thing. This is the whole payoff of 10 weeks in a black and white world. And it is not the warmth, and it is not even really the light. It is the color. For 70 days, that world had been made of exactly two things, black and the grey-white of snow, under starlight and lamp, and a man's eye, which is built over millions of years to live in color, had had nothing to do. And now the sun put its edge over the horizon, and the entire frozen world lit up like something remembered. The snowfields went velvety, and then they went pink, actually pink, soft, blushing, the way a cheek goes. The pack ice out to the horizon, flushed with a soft lavender light, a color there is no reason for ice to be, and it was that color anyway. And beyond that, where the low sun touched the high broken pressure ridges, there was gold and orange, and in the shadows, a blue so deep it was nearly green, and all of it arrived at once, poured over 18 men who had forgotten, genuinely forgotten, in the way you forget a smell, that the world had ever contained anything but black and grey. And it did something to them that had nothing to do with hope or rescue or the ship or getting home. It happened underneath all of that, in a place older than any of it. A man's eye is built over a span of time. Nobody can really hold in their head to take in color. It is one of the first gifts the body was given, and one of the deepest. And for 70 days, it had been given nothing to do. And now, the whole visible world came flooding back into it at once. Pink and gold and lavender, and that impossible green. And the men stood on the ice, and their eyes drank it, the way a man who has crossed a desert drinks water, not gratefully, exactly, not even consciously, just helplessly, because the body was made for this and had been starved of it, and here it was again. Some of them wept, probably. Nobody wrote down who. It would not have meant they were sad. Cook wrote that the death-dealing depression of the night was a thing of the past. And a few days later, still not entirely in command of himself, he wrote the line, and it is the truest thing in his whole journal, and I want to just hand it to you. What a peculiar effusion of sentiments the welcome face of the sun draws from our frozen fountains of life. The welcome face of the sun. He'd been counting toward it since before the dark. Every morning, in that notebook, he had made a number one smaller, through Danko, through the Wills, through Tollefson in the hold, through all of it. One man on that ship kept subtracting, and the number had finally run out. And here was the answer to the sum standing over the horizon, turning the ice the color of the inside of a shell. The 70 days of continued darkness, he wrote, weighed heavily upon us. Past tense. That's the thing about that sentence you could miss. Weighed. Had weighed. It was over. Whatever else was still wrong with them, and a great deal was still wrong with them. The dark itself, the thing that had no morning in it, was finished. and it was finished exactly when the tables said it would be finished, because the Earth's tilt had never once cared how any of them felt about it, and it did not start now. It just brought the sun back on schedule, over the living and over the ground where they had put their dead, the way it always had, the way it always would. They came down off the ice eventually. You cannot stand and look at the sun forever, even that one. There was work to do. And here's the work, and it's the loveliest thing they'd done in a year. At the end of July, a few of them went hunting. Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, and cook, and Likowinte, the Belgian captain, amiable and firm, who 6 weeks earlier could not feel his own legs and had crawled across a floor, and who now put on his boots and went out onto the ice to walk for days, took a sledge, and went off across the pack. It was the first sledge trip anyone had ever made on Antarctic sea ice. Nobody had done it. And they did it, not for glory, and not for the map, but for meat, to find the seals and the penguins that were coming back now with the light, and kill them, and lay in a store of the raw, dark flesh that had turned out to be the difference between the living and the dead, against whatever was still coming. 3 men on a sledge, in the returned sun, hunting so their friends would keep their gums and their hearts. Lekointe walking. The light coming back a little more every day. They were healing, and the ship, under all of it, had not moved an inch and was not going to. The first days of January 1899. The Belgica is exactly where she was 10 months ago, and Roald Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, is standing on the deck of a healthy ship that cannot go anywhere. Here's the cruelty of it, and it's a quiet one, and it took the men a while to feel it fully. The sun had come back. The men had come back, most of them, the ones the ice hadn't kept. The gums had firmed. The hearts had steadied. The color had returned to the world and to their faces. By any reckoning of the winter, they had won. They had gone down into the longest dark anyone had ever attempted, and they had come up out of it, changed and thinned and marked, but alive and getting better. And it had bought them nothing. Because the sun healed the men, and the sun did not free the ship. Summer came back to that latitude, the way the light had, on schedule, indifferent, enormous, and it warmed the air, and it did not care in the slightest about the Belgica. The pack loosened here and there. Leads opened and closed. But the ice around the ship was still nearly 2 meters thick, 7 feet of frozen sea, and it held her exactly as it had held her since March, and January turned, and she did not move. And every man aboard could do the arithmetic, and every man aboard did it, alone, and said nothing. Because there is a date past which summer stops being summer, down there, and if you are still in the ice when it comes, you are in the ice for another winter. And they knew, with the specific, cellular knowledge of men who had just barely lived through the first one, that a second winter, in bodies that had spent everything getting through the first, was not a thing you survived. It was not fear of hardship. It was arithmetic again, the sane, cold, reliable arithmetic that had given them the sun, and this time the sum came out the other way, understand what a second winter actually meant to them, because it was not an abstraction. They had gone into the first one strong, well-fed, rested, whole, at the top of their lives. And it had nearly finished them anyway. It had killed Danko and put 2 officers on their backs, writing wills, and sent Tollefson into the hold, and taken Van Mierlo's voice, and left every survivor thinner and greyer and older than the man who had sailed from Antwerp. That was what the dark did to men at full strength. And now they were not at full strength. They were the used-up remainder of that crew, patched back together, with raw penguin and firelight, and the idea of turning around and walking back into another 70 days of it, in these bodies, was not something a man could look at directly. So they didn't. They looked at the ice instead. Nobody said it. You didn't have to. It was in the way men looked at the ice now, not the winter's dread of being crushed, but a new thing, a summer thing, watching for the pack to open every day, standing at the rail in the long light, with their eyes on the white, and every day it didn't. That was where they were on New Year's Eve. And on New Year's Eve, somebody saw water. Open water, a lead, a dark basin of actual sea, out across the pack, roughly 600 or 700 meters off. Not close. 600 meters is the better part of half a mile, and every meter of it was 7 feet of solid ice. But it was there. It was open. It went, eventually, if you followed the leads, to the ocean, and to Belgium, and to home. And Cook, the American doctor, looked at it, and proposed the maddest reasonable thing anyone said on that whole voyage. They would cut a canal to it, by hand. Sit with the scale of that. A channel through 2 meters of sea ice, 600 meters long, the length of 6 football fields laid end to end, sawn out of the frozen ocean by sick men with hand tools, so that a wooden ship could be floated down it to the sea. It is, on its face, insane. It is a thing you would propose only if the alternative were death, which it was, and so it stopped being insane and became, simply, the plan. They had 3 ice saws, 4-foot blades, the kind 2 men work together, one on each end of a long handle, dragging the teeth down through the ice, and up, and down, and up. They had pickaxes. They had shovels. They had tonite, an explosive, in sticks, in the stores, for later, for the parts too thick to saw. And they had, at last, the one thing they had not had in 11 months, which was a job with an end on it. And Amundsen was happy. He wouldn't have said so. He didn't say so. But go and read him in those weeks, and the man is transformed. And the reason is simple, and it is the whole psychology of that winter turned inside out. For a year, every day had been the same day, going nowhere, forever. And now, every day of sawing brought the ship 1 saw length closer to the sea. It was work you could measure. You could stand at the end of the day and see the cut you had made, black water in a white floor, longer than it was this morning. After a year of a clock that meant nothing, there was suddenly a thing you could do that added up. So they sawed. 8 hours a day with a heavy saw. The phrase in the record is ponderous muscles, the slow, grinding, full-body labor of dragging a 4-foot blade through wet ice, 2 men to a saw, hour after hour, in a rhythm, and the ice giving way a few inches at a time. You have to feel the rhythm of it to understand what it took. 2 men, one at each end of the long handle, and the blade goes down into the cut, and you haul it toward you, and your partner lets it come, and then he hauls, and you let it come. Down and back, and down and back, and the wet ice grips the teeth and gives them up grudgingly, and the slush comes up out of the kerf, and has to be cleared before it freezes the blade in place, and you do that for 8 hours, and then you sleep, and then you do it again. There is no cleverness in it. There is no skill to acquire that makes it lighter. It is just the body, and the saw, and the ice, and the hours. Some days they cut less than 5 feet. 5 feet in a day of a 600-meter canal you could have stepped over a day's work. And they came back the next day and picked up the same saws and cut 5 more. And they ate. This is the mercy beat, and it is my favorite thing in this chapter because of everything it means. These were men who, a few months earlier, had nearly died of what they would not eat, who had gagged on the raw penguin, who had to be stood over and made to swallow. And now, doing the heaviest physical labor of their lives, their bodies came roaring back with an appetite that is genuinely comic. 3, 4, 5 steaks each. Cook records men eating 7 meals a day. 7. Penguin and seal, fried in oleomargarine, shoveled down by men who could not get enough of it, whose whole bodies were screaming for the fuel, and who a season ago had turned their faces away from the same food in disgust. Cook wrote of the tinned ration months, a small line that holds all of it, how we longed to use our teeth. There is something so alive in that. After everything, the dark, the dead, the wills, the madhouse, here are 18 men sawing a canal through the ocean and eating like threshing machines and longing, simply, to use their teeth. The body wanting to work and wanting to eat and wanting to go home. The animal, uncomplicated, insisting on living. By late January, they had cut more than 600 meters. More than 600 meters of canal, by hand, through 7 feet of ice. The end of it opened onto the lead, onto the open water, onto the sea. The saws had done what no sane person would have believed they could do. And at the end of one long day, with the light still in the sky, because it was summer now, and the light stayed, the men stowed the saws and looked back down the length of the black channel they had cut through the white, all the way to the open water shining at the end of it. And they went below, and they slept. Amundsen's boots hit the deck at dawn. He had come up early, the way he did, rolled Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, and the light was on the ice, proper light now, summer light, and he went to the rail to look down the canal at the open water they had cut their way to. The water that was going to take them home. The canal was gone. Not blocked. Gone. In the night, the pack had done the thing the pack does, the slow, enormous shifting of millions of tons that never stops and never hurries. And it had leaned in from both sides and driven the banks of the channel together and closed it. And then the cold had come and frozen the seam, and where there had been 600 meters of open black water, there was now an unbroken white floor, healed over as if no one had ever touched it. A month of 8-hour days with a heavy sore. Ponderous muscles, 5 feet at a time, 3, 4, 5 steaks a night to fuel it. All of it erased quietly while they slept. Amundsen wrote about the horror of waking to it, of coming up and finding the banks of their channel driven together and the ship locked in as fast as ever. And that was the word he used, and it is the right one, because it was not a setback. A setback is a thing you recover from with more of the same. This was the same effort, the whole month of it, shown to be worth exactly nothing by an ocean that had not even been trying. So they went at it with the tonite. They had the explosive for this, for the ice too thick to soar, and now they used it on the ice that had eaten their canal. Roughly 160 sticks of it set into the pack in one great attempt and fired. 160 sticks of high explosive. And it barely melted the snow on top of the hard layer of ice. I'm going to leave that exactly where the record leaves it, without decoration, because the plainness of it is the whole thing. They put 160 sticks of tonite into the Antarctic, and the Antarctic did not notice. It did not crack, it did not open, it did not acknowledge them. The snow on top went dark and wet, and that was all. There is no bigger gesture available to a 19th century ship than 160 sticks of explosive, and they made it. And the ice received it the way a mountain receives a thrown pebble. You cannot win against that. That's the thing they were learning, slowly, the hard way, in February of 1899. And it is not a defeat, and it is not a victory. It is just the truth. You do not beat the ice. You are not big enough. Nobody is big enough. The tonite proved it more clearly than any speech could have. And there is a kind of peace in learning that, at the very bottom of exhaustion, though it does not feel like peace at the time. For a month they had been fighting, sawing, hauling, blasting, throwing everything a ship carries at the pack, as though enough effort would force it. And the pack had shown them, calmly, without malice, without even effort of its own, that the entire question of winning had never been on the table. They were not in a contest. They had never been in a contest. They were small, warm animals on the surface of something enormous, and cold, and slow, and the only thing that was ever going to get them out was the something itself, deciding, in its own time, to shift. And then, in the middle of February, the ice let them go. Not because of the sores, not because of the tonite, not because of anything they did. The pack shifted, on its own logic, on the current nobody had mapped, for reasons that had nothing to do with 18 exhausted men and their explosives, and a lead opened, and it happened to open toward the ship. That's the truth of it, and it is so much better than triumph. They did not conquer the ice. They outlasted it, and then it opened its hand, for its own reasons, and let them walk out. And the difference between those two things is the difference between this story and a worse, more flattering one. On the 15th of February, 1899, the channel came open to the ship, and Summers, the Belgian chief engineer, older, steady, lit the fire under the boiler and got steam up, and the engine turned. And here is what that was, and I want you to feel it the right way, because it was not a roar and it was not a cheer. It was a vibration in the deck. For a year, for 11.5 months, since the 2nd of March the year before, that ship had been absolutely still. Not the stillness of a ship at anchor, which breathes and tugs and shifts. Dead still. Held in a fist of ice, motionless, while the men aboard lived and sickened and died, and healed on a platform that did not move by an inch under their feet, ever, for a year. And a man's body learns a thing like that. It stops expecting the ground to move. It forgets. And then, on the 15th of February, the engine turned over down in the belly of her, and the deck plates began, very faintly, to tremble. A shiver coming up through the soles of the boots, into the bones of the feet, the small live buzz of a working engine that every one of them had felt 10,000 times in their lives, and none of them had felt for a year. The ship was running. Under them. Again. They were still 7 miles from open water. 11 kilometers of pack between the ship and the sea, and it took the better part of a month to crawl it, the engine pushing her through the leads a few hundred yards at a time, backing and filling, the Greenheart taking the ice the way it was built to, all the way back through everything they had come in through. And, on the 14th of March, 1899, the Belgica came out of the pack and into open ocean. And the ship rolled. That was the moment. Not the engine, not the last of the ice falling astern, the roll. Because open ocean has a swell in it, a long, slow heave that never stops. And the instant the ship came off the ice and onto that living water, she leaned, gently, the way a ship leans, down into the trough and up the far side, and every man aboard felt his own stomach do the thing it had not done in 13 months, felt the deck drop a little and come back up under him, felt his own weight shift, felt the sea take the ship and rock it. And their bodies remembered it before their minds did. That's the thing. It was not a thought. It was older than a thought. Some animal part of every one of them that had been born to the sea and had spent a year on a floor that would not move recognized the roll of open water, the way you recognize a voice in the dark, from underneath language, and answered it. The sea rocked them like something remembered. There is nothing to do with a moment like that. You cannot cheer a swell. It is too far down in the body for cheering. A man stands at the rail, and the deck drops away under him half a foot, and comes back, and his stomach does the small, familiar lurch it has done 10,000 times, and something in his chest lets go of a thing it has been holding for a year without knowing it was holding it. The ship was on the sea again. The sea was doing what the sea does, which is move, always, endlessly, indifferently. The same sea that had taken Vinka off the deck a lifetime ago, and it had not softened, and it had not apologized. and it rocked them now like a hand on a cradle, because that is simply what open water does to a hull. And after 13 months of stillness, it was the kindest thing any of them had ever felt. De Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, 31, the aristocratic dreamer, stood at the rail and felt it too. He had brought them here. Or the ice had, or the season had, or his own ambition, out on the Ostend ferry, a lifetime ago, had, and the narrator does not know which, and neither did any man aboard, and neither did de Gerlache, standing at the rail of a ship that was finally, physically, moving, watching the pack that had held them for a year fall away astern in the sunlight. He had wanted the bottom of the world. He had got it, all of it, every last thing he asked for, and several he had not. And now it was letting him go, and the swell was under the ship, and there was open water ahead of the bow for the first time since he was a younger man. The smell of it reached the deck. Open ocean, salt, weed, the living smell of the sea, after 13 months of ice, which has no smell at all. They were going home. The 5th of November, 1899. The Belgica is coming up, the Scheldt to Antwerp, and Adrian de Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, 31, the aristocratic dreamer, is standing on the deck of his own ship, coming home a hero. On the way north, there had been one more loss, though nobody died of it. At Punta Arenas, at the bottom of South America, back among streets and houses and other human beings, for the first time in a year and a half, Adam Tollefson, the Norwegian who had sailed in ice all his life, went ashore and did not come back. He fled into the back country. He would not reboard the ship. He had become convinced that she was haunted, and no argument reached him. And after everything the hold had done to him in the dark, you cannot say he was wrong to want dry land under him and open sky above. They went on without him. He was not at the homecoming. He would find his own way north, in time, by other ships. And Antwerp came out to meet the rest of them. There was a band on the quay. It was playing La Brabançonne, the anthem, the national song, brass and drums going up into the grey November air over the river. There was a crowd, a real one, thick along the water, people who had read the newspapers and followed the story, and come down to see the ship that went to the bottom of the world, and came back. There were medals waiting, the Royal Order of Leopold, expedition medals, ribbon, and metal, to be pinned onto the chests of the men who had done it. It was a hero's welcome, and it was loud, and it was completely sincere, and every person on that quay was genuinely, uncomplicatedly glad. And it landed on the men like weather. Here is the thing about that crowd, and I want to be careful, because it would be easy and wrong to make them foolish. They were not foolish. They were kind. They were delighted, and their delight was real, and it was a gift. It simply could not reach the men it was meant for, because there was no language for the distance between them. Because not one person on that quay knew what a 12-foot stair in a 10-foot room was. Not one of them had lain awake listening to a wooden hull work under the ice at 3 in the morning. Not one of them had watched a friend go down through a hole in the sea under a flag or eaten raw seal because the alternative was to bleed, or walked a circle around a dead ship in the dark because a doctor said, "Men who stop moving here do not start again." They knew the ship had gone, and the ship had come back, and that was the whole of what they knew, and it was all they would ever know, and they cheered it with their whole hearts. And the noise of it. After 13 months in which the loudest sound in the world had been the ice, and the next loudest had been silence, the noise of a brass band and a cheering crowd was not a joy. It was an assault. It came at the men off the quay in a wall, and they stood on the deck and took it, hollow-faced, thinned, marked in ways that did not show, being applauded for the worst thing that had ever happened to any of them, by people who loved them for it. De Gerlache took his medal. Go back with me, just for a second, to a ferry in the fog on the Ostend, Dover Run, and a young man on the bridge who wanted, more than he wanted anything, to matter, to put a flag on the last blank space and bring it home and be met like this. He had imagined something very like this key. He had wanted it for 10 years, through all the committee rooms, and he had spent a decade of Tuesdays buying it, and now here it was, delivered, exactly as ordered. The band, the crowd, the medal in his hand. He got everything he wanted. And Danko was not there. I'm not going to tell you what was in his face, because I don't know, and the men around him did not write it down. I can tell you he was holding a medal, and that the man who had said yes first, before there was a ship, or a franc, or a hope, was 2,000 miles behind him, under a piece of drifting ice, and that both of those things were true at the same time, on the same quay, and that no one in that cheering crowd knew about the second one at all. The band played. The medals were pinned. And then, the way these things do, it ended. The crowd thinned and went home to its dinner, and the quay emptied, and the noise fell away, and the ship was quiet against the wall in the November dark. And it was over. If this one has kept you company tonight, if it's brought you any quiet, pass it on to someone who'd like the same. A person you know who could use a long story and a soft place to put the day down. That's how these find the people they're for. Now let me tell you what became of them. All of it. Because the dark is behind us now, and there is no more suspense to keep, and these men had lives after the ice, long ones, most of them, and it is time, at last, to speak of the afterwards. Start where the story cannot help but start. Start with the man who did not come home. Emile Danko, the Belgian geophysicist with a weak heart, de Gerlache's dearest friend, the first man to say yes, is still there. He never left. He went down through the ice on the 7th of June, 1898, wrapped in his country's flag, and he is under the Bellingshausen Sea to this day, and he always will be. They gave his name to things afterward, the way you do. There is a stretch of Antarctic coastline called the Danko Coast. There is a Danko Island. There is a small rock going round the sun between Mars and Jupiter, asteroid 9812, that carries his name. A coast, an island, and a star. and he never saw one of them, and he is not on any of them. He is under the ice, where his friends put him carefully, in the dark, because it was right. Adrien de Gerlache, the Belgian commandant, came home to that key, and to the guilt, which people said he carried the rest of his life. The sense that he had led his men into the ice on purpose, and it had cost what it cost. Maybe he had. We still do not know, and I am not going to pretend to you now, at the end, that I found out, because nobody did. Not the men who sailed with him, not the historians who came after, not the man himself, as far as anyone can tell. But here is the thing he did, and you can make of it what you like. He went back. A man tormented, they say, by what the ice did to his crew, and he could not stay away from it. He sold the Belgica in 1902, and the very next year he was back on Antarctic ice anyway, as ice pilot on another man's expedition. And then he sailed the old ship north too, though she was no longer his to keep, to Greenland and Svalbard and the frozen seas above Russia, again and again, into his 40s. He married and had children, and one of those children, his son Gaston, born in 1919, would grow up to lead a Belgian expedition back to Antarctica in 1957. The father went into the ice, and it broke something in him, and he spent his life returning to it, and then his boy went too. De Gerlache died in Brussels in 1934, 68 years old, in a bed, a long way from any ice at all. Adam Tollefsen, the Norwegian who had sailed in ice all his life, the last man aboard you would ever have picked to break, and the one who broke deepest, lived another 44 years. I want to say his part carefully, because the sources do not agree, and where they do not agree, I am not going to choose the cruelest version and hand it to you as fact. He never entirely found his way back from what the dark did to him in that hold. That much is clear. He crossed an ocean. He emigrated to Canada and lived there. He was, for much of his later life, registered with a psychiatric hospital at Lier, in Norway. Some accounts say he recovered. Some say he never did. The honest answer is that we do not know, and that a man is more than the argument scholars have about him. In 1909, a newspaper reported him found at his brother's house in Heskestad after he had gone missing, which tells you the one thing that matters, which is that there was a brother and a house, and someone who noticed he was gone and went looking. He was cared for by people for decades. He died in 1943. He was not a diagnosis. He was a man who had a long life and a family and a home to be found at, and who carried the polar night in him for 44 years, and that is the whole of what can honestly be said. Frederick Cook, the American doctor, the beard and the gold teeth, the man who counted the days and cut the canal and stood over sick men until they swallowed the meat that saved them, was, on that ship, a hero, unambiguously. 19 men went into that winter, and most of them came out, and the reason most of them came out was Frederick Cook. Hold that, because of what comes next. He spent the rest of his life throwing it away. In 1906, he claimed to be the first man to climb Denali, the great mountain in Alaska, and it came apart. The summit photograph turned out to have been taken on a low outcrop, nearly 20 miles from the peak, and the companion who was with him swore an affidavit that they had never got near the top. In 1908, he claimed to have reached the North Pole first, ahead of everyone, and that came apart too. The University of Copenhagen examined his records and ruled, just before Christmas of 1909, that they did not prove he had been anywhere near it. And in 1923, he was convicted in a courtroom in Fort Worth, Texas, on 14 counts of fraud for selling worthless oil stock through the mail. And he went to the penitentiary at Leavenworth, and he stayed there until 1930. And then, at the very end, a small mercy. In 1940, an old man, dying, he was pardoned by President Roosevelt. He died that August of a stroke, with his name cleared by a signature, if by nothing else. And here is the tragedy of Frederick Cook, and it is not the tragedy you would guess. The tragedy is not that he was a fraud who was finally caught. The tragedy is that once, on one ship, in the worst dark there is, he was the real thing, genuinely, provably brave, and clever, and kind, the man who would not stop believing the sun would come back, and it saved 18 lives, every one that was still there to be saved, and none of it, in the end, could save him. And Roald Amundsen, the 25-year-old Norwegian first mate, who had the deck the day Vinka went over, and stood where he stood, and said nothing. The ice made him. He said so himself, more or less. He wrote that for over 30 years, ever since the Belgian expedition of 1897, he had known how to defend himself against the scurvy, the one danger he truly feared down there. He learned it on the Belgica. He learned all of it on the Belgica. The diet, the routine, the cold, the dark, the management of frightened men. He had come aboard to take notes on what the polar night does to people, and he had got his notes, and he spent the next 30 years spending them. He was the first man through the Northwest Passage, and on the 14th of December, 1911, Roald Amundsen became the first human being to stand at the South Pole, at the very bottom of the world, in the high Antarctic summer, in a sun that circled the sky and did not set, that would not go down for months. Think about where he had started. A young man on the ice, on a July day in 1898, straining north, with 17 others, for a few minutes of gold on the horizon. And 13 years later, the same man, alone at the bottom of the planet, standing in light that would not go out. He had gone looking for the sun in the dark, once. He ended up in a place where, for a season, there was nothing but. He said, of expeditions, that the human factor is 3/4 of the whole of it, and that is the truest thing anyone in this story ever said. And he learned it in a wooden ship, frozen in the Bellingshausen Sea, and I am not going to explain it to you, because he already did. In 1928, he went out over the Barents Sea in a flying boat to search for the survivors of another man's crash, arrivals. In fact, a man he had quarreled with, and he did not come back. The plane was never found. His body was never found. Two ends of the earth, and each of them kept one of these men, Danko under the southern ice, and Amundsen somewhere in the northern sea, and neither was ever given back. But that is not where I want to leave him, or leave any of it. Because there is one more thing, and it is the best thing, and it is true. When the world turned on Frederick Cook, when Copenhagen ruled against him, and the affidavits came, and the trial, and the sentence, and it became not just acceptable, but expected, that a serious man would denounce him as a liar and a cheat, one man did not turn. Amundsen, who had watched the whole world decide about Cook, never joined it. He kept faith with the doctor, who had kept them all alive. He credited Cook, to the end, with saving his life. He kept, all those years, the little caricatures Rakovica had drawn in the dark to keep them sane, kept them safe, so that they sit today in the National Library of Norway, the doodles of a Romanian naturalist, in a cupboard at the bottom of the world, preserved for a century by the greatest polar explorer who ever lived. Everyone else spoke against Cook. Amundsen simply didn't. And in a story with this much dark in it, that one man declining quietly for the rest of his life to betray another is as close to a warm fire as history is going to give us, and it is real, and nobody made it up. So there it is. The whole of it. A wooden ship and a dream that was mostly Tuesdays, and 19 men from 5 nations who sailed to the bottom of the world to make their names and let the ice take them, and lived through the longest night anyone had ever tried to live through, most of them. Not all. Never all. The sun came back on the 23rd of July, 1898. It came back for the men who were standing out on the ice to watch it, straining north in the cold with their spots chosen weeks before. And it came back that same morning over the one who was not standing there, over the floe where they had lowered Emil Danko 7 weeks earlier, wrapped in his flag, into the black water. The sun did not know the difference. It rose over the living and the lost in the same light, the way it always had, the way it always will. And it has come back every year since. 70 days of dark, and then the gold on the horizon, over an empty coast at the bottom of the world that carries a dead man's name. 120-odd times now, and counting, whether anyone is standing on the ice to see it or not. That is the one thing in this whole story that kept its promise to every man in it. The strong and the broken, the honored and the disgraced, the ones who came home and the one who never did. It made no distinctions. It did not reward the brave, or forgive the fallen, or pass over the man under the ice. It simply came back, the way it had come back before there were any men at all to watch it, the way it will come back long after the last person who remembers their names. The dark was real. I want to leave you with that as much as with the light, because it is the honest half. It was real, and it was long, longer than anyone had ever tried to outlast, and it took what it took, and some of what it took, it kept. There is no version of this where everyone comes home. There never is, in the true ones. But the dark was not the last thing. That is the part worth carrying off to sleep with you. However total it was, and it was total 70 days of it, with no morning anywhere in it. It was not permanent. It had an end, and the end was fixed before any of them were born, and it arrived exactly on time. The sun came back. It always does. Rest now. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, nightlings. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours